of the world. Chat. How's it going? Good to see you all. Happy Wednesday. Here we are, hump day. And of course, that means that everybody's feeling real slow and real tired. When I say everyone, I mean me. I'm just projecting my feelings onto the chat so that I feel better about how my day has been going. Apologies for my appearance if I look crusty or anything like that. Right? I've done my best to, give me a little, I've combed the beard, I've given the face a little wash. But I haven't showered today. I brushed my teeth, not showered. I just slept for a bunch last night. And I don't know, it's probably because I had my blood tests yesterday and I had a whole bunch of blood taken. So maybe it's something to do with that. But I slept for so long. I have obviously been playing some Tomodachi Life. I've been adding some new Miis to the Tomodachi Life normal island. The Cursed Island. It's good stuff. Really good stuff. Little bit of a taster as to who I've added to the island, so you can all get excited for the gaming streams this weekend. Again, if you're not following the gaming channel, there it is in the chat right now. You can go and have a look at that. Maybe a particular Crown Prince has been added. There's one little taster. And everyone's favorite Zionist podcast couple. Yeah, I'm not going to give you any more hints than that. And there's more characters that have been added alongside that. But you'll have to tune in and find out, won't you? I do post updates in the Discord every now and then if I think that something particularly funny has happened. But I am making sure that there are no relationships happening on the island while I'm not streaming the game. But that's another reason why I've been up late, because I've just been doing that. It's been really fun. Let's welcome everybody in. Johnny, how are you doing, my friend? We got 50 consecutive streams watched. Hell yeah, let's go. Middle Earth Marxist, welcome in. Duke of Blonde, welcome in. Prince, welcome in. Gom Your Mama, how you doing? Krill, welcome in. Alyssa, welcome in. Trash Pando, Valerie the lovely Italian, welcome both of you in. Nadia, how are you doing? Good to see you. Ninny, what's going on? No, it's not you, Prince. At the moment, we're only adding extremely cursed reactionary freaks. So we won't be adding any based people to the island. It's the only place I go to for my small boats globalist agenda updates. Yep. That's right. Can't wait for the weekend. I know you can't. Neither can I, actually. I might stream it all day, Friday and Saturday. I might actually do that, because I'm just in that kind of mood. I might do 2 12-hour streams of Tomodachi Life, because it's just funny as fuck. No, I'm not saying that. Alright, where are we up to today? Well, there's been a couple of developments, aren't there? And there have been a couple of interesting taco, Trump always chickens outs kind of developments as well. There have been some statements and some actions from Iran, which are interesting. We're going to try and cover as much of it as possible. There don't seem to be too many updates about the Keir Starmer scandal today, in particular, other than he's decided to prorogue Parliament. So that means, for those of you that don't know what that means, Parliament won't be meeting next week. They've met today, I believe. I wonder if... Wait, was Prime Minister's questions today? Did they do that today? Maybe we'll watch that real quick. How's the prices in the UK? Have you all felt the oil shock yet? No, but there's definitely shortages, grocery shortages. That's definitely a reality that's beginning to become quite apparent. Hello, by any means necessary. Welcome in. Thank you for this 7 consecutive streams. Can you make a me with a nussie? We already got Trump on the island. Don't you worry about that. He's one of the first guys I made. I should float telex with the European. Okay. Right. So, let's take a look at House of Commons stuff. YouTube. House of Commons. Let's see if there has been a Prime Minister's questions today. Yes, there was, in fact. Interesting. Well, let's start off by having a little look at that, shall we? Tiny little look at that. Get straight into it. Order! He's not in there anymore, sadly. It's, you know. Horrible Lindsay Hoyle, isn't it? Did you put Charlie Kirk on the island? You're gonna have to wait. You're gonna have to wait. You're gonna have to wait until the weekend to find out. Hey, Larry, how's it going? In Canada, there was PMQs too. Yeah, that's... Yeah, it's that colonial parliament. Yeah, you gotta wait until the episode airs. That's what it is. I can't be giving you any more leaks. Yeah? Trying to build up some hype around these gaming streams, you know? I don't necessarily care about the gaming channel doing well, but it is a fun place for people who want extra content to come and hang out, and it means that when I play video games at the weekend, I don't feel like I'm wasting my life. Everybody please go show some love to Leapin' Larry. Oh wow, Twitch. What the fuck, dude? It's Lenin's birthday today? Well, happy posthumous birthday to the leader of the revolution. Madness. Absolute madness. What a guy. Did Canada glaze the wrong Nazi again? Oh, yeah. I remember that. I remember that. Alright. Listen, it's funny that got auto-modded. Isn't it just? Isn't it just? Twitch is such a normal, it's a normal website, isn't it? Very normal. You know. Very consistent and normal. Extremely consistent. You know, because the reason that they would want to moderate a comment about Lenin, even though it might be wishing him happy birthday or whatever, is because people will say things like, oh, well, Lenin and the dictatorship of the proletariat in Russia murdered a bunch of people. But then, I reckon if you said, in the chat right now, happy birthday Winston Churchill, someone could try and do that, couldn't they? They could try and do that now and test that, even though it might make you feel sick to your stomach to do it. And it wouldn't be a nice thing that I would like to see in my chat, but I'll allow it for testing purposes. Whoa, look at that! Whoa, let's look at that! Ah! That's interesting, isn't it? Because it is in fact documented that Winston Churchill murdered millions of people, isn't it? He participated in murdering millions of people, millions of, you know, indigenous Indians, millions of Africans, Irish, you know. Wow. That's wow. That's a wower. That's wowzers, some would say. Famines in Asia, untold dead. But there's no need to mod his name, is there? There's no need to mod Winston Churchill's name. Krill with the gifted sub to Yusef. Thank you so much. Yusef, enjoy your ad-free viewing and your emotes. How are you doing, Yusef? How are you doing, Sally? Welcome in. PBP, did I say hi to you? Hello? Yeah, it's crazy that Twitch is okay with Winston Churchill. Isn't that mad? Isn't that mad? He didn't even have the USSR's magic weather machine. Exactly. Hello, Sparrow Duckbird. Very normal like Island you can watch this weekend at twitch.tv/donkersjonkus. Yeah, don't forget you can come and check out the gaming streams this weekend. Just to move on from that. Didn't have Stalin's big spoon. Hey, Virulent, how you doing? Welcome in. Let's take a little look at Prime Minister's questions. It's only 37 minutes long, and it means that I can have me dinner, me tea for the British, dinner for the Americans or whatever people outside of Britain. I don't know. Let's have a look at this. Hello, Alex Catmum. How you doing? Welcome in. And hello, Grandpa Simpson. It's good to see you. Can't believe you're 21 minutes late. It's unacceptable, actually. Unacceptable. Dinner is lunch, you southerner. Yeah, well, that's the thing. Exactly. Exactly. Don't ever call me a southerner again. You'll get timed out. Let's have a little look at some Prime Minister's questions, shall we? Doc channel points for being late. That's what we do. That's what we do over it.
Now come to questions to Prime Minister Mike Watt.
Yeah. Question 1, Mr. Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Queen Elizabeth II devoted her life to public
How long was I muted?
service. As we mark the 100th anniversary of her birth, I'm delighted her extraordinary reign will be marked by a permanent memorial. Mr. Speaker, in recent days, we've seen a series of despicable anti-Semitic arson attacks.
Hey, you good drunks.
With additional funding to deploy specialist officers, a fundamental reset of how we counter extremism.
What is he talking about? It's so obvious what he's doing. Does Queen Elizabeth II share a birthday with Lenin? Possibly. Hey, Nappers, what's up? There's a hype train already?
Hello, me old chum.
That's crazy. Twitch loves to do this. Let's do a hype train. It's not like I'm trying to eat me tea or anything. You know the score, chat.
What's the fuck?
Give me money if you want to keep listening to tunes. That's it.
What's the fuck?
But I would argue, before we continue, that if you do want to give me money, you should do it via the tip link and not via subscribing on Twitch. Because not only does it mean that 100% of the money that you donate goes to me, with a tiny fraction, tiny, like 10p, 30p, 40p, given to PayPal, but it also means that it goes towards the dono goal of the all-night election, local election stream on May the 7th next month. That's the donation incentive. Let's see if we can hit it before the end of the month. And maybe I'll extend the hype train based on donos. Anyway, sounds of the Bashar Murad. Bro, like a night one bit.
استسلمنا الموسيقى ارفع ايديك حرك اجريك كسر كل الحواجز البت سكر عليك ما تفكر هون ما في حدود فك القيود كل شي موجود متوفر مين ما بتكون شمال الجنوب شمال الجنوب منرحب رنوا الالارم دقوا الجراس وين الانذار نبهوا الجيران المكان رح يقلب انتفاضة on the dance floor
1 minute left on the hype train, chat. 10 seconds. All right, chat. Thank you so much for the little mini hype train at the start there. Real, thank you so much for the gifted sub to Yusef. Thank you so much for the 91 bits. Let's get cracking. Let's get back to it, eh?
An action to tackle the poison of anti-Semitism in our schools, our colleges, and the...
So we got Keir Starmer already, yeah. Keir Starmer already, straight away, trying to deflect from the scandal of the last couple of days. And never forget, chat. Wait. Yeah. Never forget. He's trying to distract from the scandal of the last few days by talking about so-called anti-Semitic terror attacks where, you know, he's trying to say, oh my God, there's so much anti-Semitism in our school and colleges. Which is, of course, not true. And Bridget Phillipson, in fact, decided to give the go-ahead to universities across the UK to be able to use powers to expel pro-Palestinian students who may be involved in activism, particularly regarding anti-Zionist activism. So he's trying to talk about this. I mean, this is just something so that, you know, he'll please his lobbying groups, his campaign donors, and shit like that, you know?
NHS. We will do everything in our power to keep British Jews safe. And I'm sure the whole House will join me.
Nothing to do with British Muslims, by the way. They're not going to do everything in their power to protect Sikh women who are being raped because racists think that they're Muslim. Right? This is the news literally yesterday. A man admitted he raped a Sikh woman in her home, subjecting her to a tirade of religiously aggravated abuse. Because he thought that she was Muslim. But of course it doesn't matter to this guy, because he's just racist. It's just a brown woman, right? But Keir Starmer doesn't want to say anything about that. Keir Starmer's not interested in the safety of Muslims or any women who are racialized in this country. He's only concerned about British Jews. He's only concerned about white-passing British Jews who have to hear the words "Free Palestine" or something to do with Israel, right? They might hear something to do with Israel and get a bit scared, right? Meanwhile, 0 instances of Jewish people being raped because of their religion, ethnicity, particularly being targeted. But there are multiple accounts of Muslims, Sikhs, racialized women being raped because of what they look like and their religious identity and racial identity.
In standing with our Jewish community, there is no place in British life.
It's fucking depraved, genuinely depraved.
Mr. Speaker, today my thoughts are also with the family of Stephen Lawrence, murdered in a racist attack 33 years ago today.
And here we go. This is how he tries to cover this shit by, saying, oh, well, Stephen Lawrence, the black guy, was murdered, black teenager, murdered 33 years ago, in order to make it sound like he cares about every racialized identity in the UK. But he doesn't. This is depraved. Hey, Laney, how's it going? Everybody, please go show some love to Laney. It's good to see you, comrade. It's disgusting and depraved that Keir Starmer is using the murder of Stephen Lawrence to try and wash his apologia for Zionism and Zionist politics. It's disgusting.
We honour his legacy in the fight against racism and providing...
Yeah, what about the racism in your party, bro? What about the Ford report? What about kicking Diane Abbott out?
For every young person. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings...
Diane Abbott being kicked out of the Labour Party for saying that black people experience racism differently to, like, white passing ethnicities. Which is just true. It's just completely true. AHB. If he cared, I could guarantee you he could have found a more recent example of a racialized murder. Exactly. He doesn't give a fuck. This is the thing. The only reason that he's bringing it up is because, like I said, it's just a depraved thing. Like, he's trying to, by also, passing over any other potential crimes against racialized people in this country, he's trying to make out that those kinds of racisms are in the past. Do you know what I mean? And the new, like, really prescient type of racism that is around is so-called anti-Semitism, which is actually not anti-Semitism. It's not hatred of Jewish people, even though that is on the rise. What he's referring to is people who criticize Zionism.
Ministerial colleagues and others.
It's so depraved.
In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have...
And again, he's bringing all this up just to wash his reputation because he let a paedophile, the friend of a paedophile, one of the most prolific paedophiles in history, assume the post of US ambassador despite the fact he failed security vetting. Sorry. How am I doing? How are you doing, says Laney. Pissed off. I'm good in my body, in my mind. I'm great. Thank you for asking. In my soul, I'm pissed.
Can the Prime Minister deny that Downing Street considered appointing Matthew Doyle to a diplomatic position?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Matthew Doyle worked for many years in public service, for me as Prime Minister and other ministers. When people leave roles in any organisation, there are often conversations about other roles they want to apply for, but nothing came of this.
Today marks the murder, the racist murder of my friend's brother, Stephen Lawrence. Tomorrow is St George's Day. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that now, more than ever, we need to tell the story, the positive story of Englishness, founded in who we are and not of who the far right would like us to be?
Yeah. What do you mean, bro? What do you mean? I knew that was going to be insane. I knew that was going to be completely insane. You can see, as soon as the guy stood up to ask the question, because I knew it was going to be a glazing question, a whip question. And then straight away, the guy's just like, we're not doing the same racism as reform. We're not doing the same racism as reform. We're doing British racism. This is real British racism. Oh my God, dude.
I thank him for raising this. Of course, it was 33 years ago today that awful murder took place.
And also, the whole flavour of this right now, where they're like trying to talk about racism, anti-black racism in this way. Again, while I might add, again, the Ford report found that the Labour Party had deep institutionalized racism that was harming black people in the party, right? Black people in the cabinet, black people in government, etc. Nothing's been done about it. And now they are trying to get cheap points for the election. And also, just a reminder for people who were here before, but also for people who are just joining, they prorogued Parliament. So they won't be meeting next week. The week before the elections.
Hello, me old chum.
They don't want any more questions being asked about Peter Mandelson before the election. And all of this is going to be people asking questions about Peter Mandelson, Margaret Hodge, who's also another cronyism appointee. She's the champion against corruption. She's like the anti-corruption champion, and she was literally appointed because she's mates with someone in the Labour Party. I can't remember who it is. It's really desperate. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the right honourable gentleman what he had for breakfast. Yeah, exactly. Hey, Val.
I'm proud to have worked alongside Baroness Lawrence for many years now. She is an incredibly courageous and inspiring campaigner, notwithstanding all of the injustices that have been thrown to her in the last 33 years. We do celebrate St George's Day. We fly our flag. We celebrate this country's values of service, generosity and respect. They, Mr. Speaker, are English values, which is why I love this country so much. There are those that seek to divide us, who tell us people are not welcome and try to rip our communities apart.
You've deported so many people, man. Hey, Gummy Mama. You've deported tens of thousands of people.
We'll never let them, Mr. Speaker. We stand together, united, and against any challenges that we may face.
No, you don't.
Leader of the opposition.
Come on, Kemi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Prime Minister stand by his statement at the dispatch box on the 10th of September last year that full due process was followed in the appointment of Peter Mandelson as our ambassador to Washington?
Yes, I do. Speaker, let me make clear at the outset that the appointment itself was a mistake. It was my mistake. I've apologised to the victims for it, and I do so again. What I set out to the House on Monday is that Foreign Office officials granted security clearance to Mandelson against the recommendation of UK security vetting. Yesterday, Sir Ollie Robbins was asked if he shared that decision with me, Number 10, or any other ministers. He gave a clear answer, no. Mr. Speaker, that puts to bed all the allegations levelled at me by those opposite.
Hang on a minute, dude. That's not the point. Just because Ollie Robbins didn't share information about the security vetting with you doesn't mean that you knew or weren't trying to override the security vetting.
In relation to dishonesty. I believe last...
And also, like, that isn't what happened, right?
week they were all saying that it must have been shared with me. So Ollie was very clear yesterday it was not. I believe not sharing it was a serious error of judgment. That information should have been shared with me and other ministers. And if it had have been, Mandelson would not have been committed to post.
That's crazy, bro.
Mr. Speaker, it does not put to bed anything. On the 11th of November 2024, long before any vetting had happened, the Prime Minister received advice from Simon Case, the then Cabinet Secretary. The advice said the appointment would require, and I quote, the necessary security clearances before confirming the Prime Minister's choice. This advice was ignored. So how can the Prime Minister still believe that confirming Mandelson before the security clearances was following full due process?
Yeah, I mean, this was also confirmed, right? It was also confirmed that is what's happening. I mean, Keir Starmer's admitted that.
Mr. Speaker, this was looked into by Sir Chris Wormold. I asked him to review the appointment process, including the vetting. He confirmed, Mr. Speaker, his words, appropriate processes were followed. She's put great weight on the order of events. I remind her what Sir Chris said last November in evidence to the House. He said this, and I quote, when we are making appointments from outside the civil service, the normal thing is for security clearance to happen after appointment, but before the person...
Right, but it's not. And Ollie Robbins said that that's not the case yesterday. So, Chris Wormold, who we've not heard from, you're saying that he said something that everybody else in the civil service is saying, no, that's not right.
Signs a contract and takes up post. That is what happened in this case. Sir Ollie Robbins himself, Mr. Speaker, also gave evidence, and he said, and I quote, "As is normally the case with external appointments in his department, the appointment was made subject to obtaining security."
He shared edited quotes. That's misleading, isn't it? Yeah, absolutely. What, you mean he shared it, like, verbally just now in Parliament? Hey, Gianluca, he apologised for Sir Jimmy Savile not being prosecuted as well. Seems like a pattern. Yeah. Does, doesn't it?
Security clearance. Mr. Speaker, on top of that... So
yeah, he's going out in the middle of the sentences to make it seem like he said something he didn't. No, it's so obvious to anyone who knows what happened. And here we all are, the proletariat of the world, in a Twitch chat, and we can see it with our eyes, and we can hear it with our ears, and we can feel it in our bones, can't we? That we know exactly what's happening.
It has made clear that the fact that developed vetting was after the announcement made, in his words, no material difference to the conclusion that was reached. And Mr. Speaker, I add this, that what Sir Ollie Robbins wrote to the committee yesterday was this, and I quote, "When the Prime Minister informed the House that the proper process had been followed in respect of national security vetting, he was correct."
He didn't say that! Bro, he did not say that! Yeah, he said in terms of the powers that be had already decided he would get the post. It is Trump shit. By the way, you're absolutely right. He's trying to do Trump shit with zero charisma. This is what Donald Trump would be like if he had no actual charisma. Nutty.
It's very interesting that he mentions Chris Wormald. He is relying on advice given to him after Mandelson was sacked by a cabinet secretary the Prime Minister then sacked. That is not relevant. I'm talking about the advice he was given before the appointment. He keeps mentioning Sir Ollie Robbins. Sir Ollie Robbins told us that the Prime Minister even sought clearance from His Majesty the King before the vetting. He'd already got agreement from the US administration. The chair of the Select Committee said that. Mandelson was a done deal. Yesterday, Sir Ollie Robbins said that the focus was on getting...
Like, do they not know that the entire world, including the opposition party, was watching the Select Committee hearing yesterday? Not the entire world, but, like, you know, a lot of people.
Mandelson out to Washington quickly. He said the Prime Minister's team showed a dismissive attitude to vetting. And they even argued Peter Mandelson didn't need any vetting at all. This clearly wasn't proper process. Why was due process not followed?
Mr. Speaker, let me deal with this directly, particularly this question of pressure in relation to the decision to appoint and to put into post Peter Mandelson. So Ollie Robbins could not have been clearer in his evidence yesterday. He said
could not have been clearer.
I didn't feel under pressure personally in terms of my judgment.
What? That is the opposite of what he said!
Words. Mr. Speaker, he went on to say, I have complete confidence.
Yeah, Rachel Reeves looks like she's having a fucking anxiety attack. He's talking about the thing we watched yesterday. He's saying up is down.
The recommendations to me and the discussions we had and the decision we made were rigorously independent of any pressure. Mr. Speaker,
no, he didn't.
On top of that, he was asked if any conversations led him to believe that Mandelson needed to take up the role regardless of vetting outcome. He said, I can say with certainty it was never put to me in that way.
No, he didn't!
No pressure existed whatsoever in relation...
He is literally saying up is down. He's used ChatGPT to write his defense. This is so mad. Let me be completely clear. He couldn't be clearer that I was completely clear with him.
To this case.
It's Lionel Hutz, no money down. It's supposed to be no money down shit. Yeah, real. Absolutely. I wish we had the jeering. What, are you in the States, Gio?
Is that the recommendation of UKSV was not given to me before Mandelson took up his post.
That's because you put him in his post before it could happen! Ah! My God.
Mr. Speaker.
Look at the face of some of these on the front benches of the Tory party. It's like, what is happening, bro?
You heard what Sir Ollie Robbins said yesterday.
Yes.
The fact of the matter is that the Prime Minister spent a lot of time telling us just how furious he was to learn that Mandelson failed the vetting, the same Prime Minister who was trying to get into Washington without any vetting at all. It's just unbelievable. The reason the Cabinet Secretary advised the Prime Minister to carry out full vetting before the appointment, this is common sense, Mr. Speaker, carry out full vetting before the appointment, was to protect our national security. The due diligence document said Mandelson remained on the board of the Kremlin-linked defense company Sistema long after Putin's first invasion of Ukraine in 2014. The Prime Minister told us on Monday that he read that due diligence report. Why did the Prime Minister want to make a man with links to the Kremlin our ambassador in Washington?
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me deal with the first allegation she put in that question. It was always the case that would be developed vetting in this case. That was the understood...
Hey, Government Master. Hey, weirdo.
That was carried out. It was reviewed by Sir Chris Warmold, and he said it was the appropriate process. Sir Ollie was absolutely clear that nobody put pressure on him to make this appointment. Either...
This was earlier today.
Whatever the sequence, developed a vetting. In relation to what was in the due process, any issues of national security are dealt with in the developed vetting process. I knew that. Peter Mandelson received clearance through that process. The problem was, as I said to the House, I was unaware that UKSV recommended against clearance. That is information that should have been brought to my attention. Mr. Speaker, they recommended with red flags that there shouldn't be clearance, and it was high concern. That information should have been made available to me at the time and subsequently. The fact that it wasn't was a very serious error of judgment.
I don't know what planet the Prime Minister is on, Mr. Speaker. Appointing someone with known links to the Kremlin is not full due process. If anybody had brought that sort of name to me when I was a Secretary of State, I would have said, no way. The Prime Minister thought someone with Kremlin links was still probably okay, let's do some vetting. Why does this matter? He keeps leaning on Sir Ollie Robbins, a man he sacked. He keeps leaning on him. Sir Ollie Robbins said yesterday that Peter Mandelson was given access to highly classified briefings even before he'd received clearance.
He did.
That was a clear national security risk. How can the Prime Minister still maintain that full...
Well, it's about Russia for the Tories, but for everybody else normal, it's about Epstein. Kemi Badenoch is the leader of the Tory party opposition.
Process was followed.
Mr. Speaker, as a member of the House of Lords and Privy Councillor, and in accordance with guidance, documentation could have been provided to him and was provided to him. Strap material comes after developed vetting, but because he was a Privy Councillor, he could have access to other material before developed vetting.
Sorry, what? They're trying to say because he's in the unelected House of decision-making legislators, right, where you could, you know, Mandelson bought his peerage in the Cash for Honours scandal, right, and that was never reversed. He was allowed to buy his place in the House of Lords, and he's there going, oh, well, because he's in the House of Lords, he doesn't need... He doesn't need to be to be vetted. What do you mean, dude? It's one of the most corrupt fucking senates or, parliament, whatever, governing bodies in the entire world.
Lords and Privy Councillor, and in accordance with guidance, documentation could have been provided to him and was provided to him. Strap material comes after developed vetting. But because he was a Privy Councillor, he could have access to other material before developed vetting.
That's not true, though. You don't just automatically get access to the Foreign Office because you're a lord. Strap material, yeah, it's when you get a strap. It's when you're strapped up. I don't know what he means by that. Hey, Bubble, what's up?
This is a joke. He says a member of the House of Lords. Does he mean people like Matthew Doyle? Yeah. I'm amazed. Yes, right. I am amazed at the level of chuntering from Labour MPs. He promised them probity. What he's given them is cronyism.
You see, this is the reason, right? This is the reason that Keir Starmer would not fail a leadership challenge, right? He would win. Because the amount of people in his party that are completely subservient to him is an overwhelming number. And McSweeney and Mandelson designed it to be that way. They designed it to be that way so that they could pass any fucking legislation that they wanted to. Now, what kind of legislation would a friend of Peter Mandelson, Jeffrey Epstein, like to, put through the British Parliament, right? What kind of legislation would they like to pass? What kind of things would they like to pass? Could it be the prescription of groups like Palestine Action? Could it be the prescription of, the not necessarily the prescription, but could it be the overt criminalization of protest? Which is, by the way, something that is going through the House of Lords now. They are voting on whether to approve the police crimes and sentencing bill again. They have been trying to get this through since Boris Johnson's government in 2018 to, they've watered it down because it's not past the Lords, because the Lords, even though they're unelected, have sat there and gone, yeah, this is a massive breach of civil liberties. We're not going to vote for that. I mean, some Lords do, right? And yeah, the backbenchers are still giving him time-wasted softball questions. He's going to carry on as long as that's the case. Exactly. You've also got the police crimes and sentencing bill. They're now pushing that to the Lords to get approval because what they're trying to do is make it so that repeat protests can be banned, right? So the police can say to protest groups, if you have a protest, that's fine, but you can't do it again. Can't do a repeat protest. Are they going to be viewing strike action as a repeat protest? Is this going to be used to break strikes? Is it going to be used to, criminalize the picketing of weapons factories? Yeah, of course it is. Repeat protests. These are all things that have been effective in targeting the corporations that are completely participating in the genocide in Gaza and multiple genocides all over the world, including Sudan. And of course, there are some people who take action for, stopping people from using, new iPhones and shit like that. What do you mean, no repeat protests? What I say, it's what I'm describing. So, like, you have a protest. Say, for example, you do a demonstration, right? A demonstration where you are, I don't know, you might be doing it outside an Apple store. Yeah, no, it is ludicrous. This is the thing. It's completely ludicrous. Yeah. It's a total, attack on civil liberties. Hey, Julio, it surprises me how the UK is an unelected house of Bin Salmons, whilst Barbados is democratic, being democratic, which is not to say Germany or France are any better, even though they don't have a House of Lords. Yeah, I mean, this is the whole thing. I mean, I would argue that we have a Mohammed bin Salman, and that's the king. This is what a lot of UK leftists forget. We have a king, right? And a lot of people are like, oh, well, he doesn't do anything. And it's like, no, he does. Laws have to get royal assent, right? Everything has to go through the king. And the House of Lords, really surprisingly, the House of Lords are more progressives than some MPs in the Commons. They're certainly more progressive than the king. You know? The king has certainly got some insane views, particularly on landlords. A Nuclear Slayer, can you not bypass that by getting enough protesters that the protest never stops? I mean, look, all it means is that more of our comrades are going to be in prison. And things like prisoner solidarity networks, community organizing around prisoners and prisoner support is going to increase. And that's it, right? You know what I mean? Strap is just classified intelligence. There's 3 levels. I can't find the etymology for what it stands for. Yeah, thanks for checking that out, Laney. Yeah, I thought it'd just be. I thought it'd be that. But the thing is that he already had access to the lower levels of that classified intelligence. There's a lot of cultural and financial weight behind the royal family that's just as powerful, not on paper. Yeah. It's soft power as well. Yeah. It's probably going to harass minorities who hang around in the park for 2 days in a row. They already do that. There's already laws for that. In the UK, there's been laws for that in the UK for like the last 30 years. Stop and search, you know, ASBOs, antisocial behaviour laws. It's all racism.
And an old boys club where Matthew Doyle is being proposed as an ambassador. Ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Mr. Speaker, we all heard Sir Ollie Robbins' testimony yesterday. The head of the Foreign Office was sacked for the Prime Minister's own failings. His backbenchers know that is not fair. Even his most loyal cabinet members won't defend it. The Prime Minister did not follow the process the Cabinet Secretary set out in November 2024. He knows he did not follow due process. Yet he told the House he had.
Hey, hippie marshmallow.
Mr. Speaker, I cannot accuse the Prime Minister of deliberately misleading the House. But everyone can see what has happened here. This was not due process. Everyone knows the price of misleading the House. Will the Prime Minister finally take responsibility and go?
Mr. Speaker, let's be absolutely...
Wait. Let's be absolutely clear.
And go.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let's be absolutely clear. Before...
I need to get this as a sound. I got to get this on the soundboard, man. I got to get it on the soundboard.
Mandelson took up his post, UKSV recommended with red flags that clearance should be denied, and there was high concern that was not brought to my attention or the attention of the Foreign Secretary at the time or subsequently is a very serious error of judgment, and anyone in my position would have lost confidence in the former Permanent Secretary. But, Mr. Speaker,
this is so disgusting, man.
On Friday that Mandelson could not have been.
No, I know other people are picking it up. I saw it on Twitter last night. The Green Party have certainly picked it up because I saw Georgina what's-her-face. I can't remember her name. Hang on. Georgina Hollifield, who is a Green Party councillor for a constituency in Newcastle, a ward in Newcastle, I should say, rather than constituency, saying, I just know Keir Starmer's going to be laid awake in bed tonight with me putting a pea in his head. Johnny says, what's the link? I could do it now. Johnny, you fucking king, mate. There you go. Yeah, if you could shoot that to me in like a WAV file, I can make that happen in the stream. Just get this bit. Hang on. Just literally like the bit where he's like, just that. Just that. That'd be perfect, dude.
Against security advice. She was wrong about that. Yeah. She said
drop it in the Discord. Yeah, I could drop it in the Discord, yeah.
She was wrong about that. She claimed
I've put it in general, Johnny.
She was wrong about that. Wrong. She rushed to judgment as she always did, just like the Iran war. Mr. Speaker, I was elected by the British people because they let the country down for 14 long years.
Well, if the chatters want the part with "oh" in it, then that's fine. I'm happy with that. You see, what I'd prefer is to like properly isolate it, you know, do noise reduction on it and shit like that, you know. But it's okay if it's just with the "or," just like the raw sound file, that'd be great. I was elected to lead and not to read. Hey Connor, how you doing? Everybody pointing back at him is so funny. They're having none of this. I know, it's ridiculous. It's so ridiculous.
Whatever she says, whatever noise they make, nothing is going to...
A .wav file, Johnny, not a .wam. I don't know what a .wam file is. Thank you, Laney. Strap is special treatment and restricted access procedures. There you go. It'd be great if every time you made a public appearance, everyone just started going, beep, beep. Everybody should do it. Everybody should do it. Everyone in Parliament should do it. Everyone in fucking Parliament should be going, beep, beep.
To distract me from delivering for our country.
Oh, angry Starmer, here we go.
Down for 14 long years. Whatever she says, whatever noise they make, nothing is going to distract me from delivering for our country.
In contrast to the preoccupations of the Leader of the Opposition, my constituents are more concerned with the NHS and waiting lists. Thanks to this government, across England, waiting lists are coming down.
I'm glad you brought that up, mate. I'm glad you brought that up. I'm glad you brought up the fact that waiting lists are going down in this country. I'm so glad you did. Because the Labour Party are talking about that on Twitter as well, aren't they? Ahead of the local council elections. They're talking about that. Now, I responded here with a bit of an anecdote about my personal life, which is that my granddad has been waiting for something to be done about his lung cancer for almost an entire year. This was a post made in haste, actually, because I literally just found out about 30 minutes after I made this post that he doesn't actually have lung cancer anymore, which is great news, right? So that's great for me. But I know that this is the case. You know, they had an idea that he might have lung cancer back in August last year, and they hadn't done anything about it. Like, literally, like, you know, yeah, W Grandad. Yeah, no, I'm buzzing, to be honest. It's really good. But, you know, it's like there are junior doctors striking for more staff. And then you've got other people who are, you know, posting the facts here, right? Which is that the government has been setting targets for 1 in 4 GP referrals to be diverted by 2027. So that's so that it appears as if they are bringing waiting lists down. They are also being told to ignore particular referrals for treatment that are deemed to be not urgent, right? So, say, for example, you have a health issue where, I don't know, it could develop into something serious that could, you know, result in great suffering or death. But if it's not immediately pressing, you will be diverted and dropped, right? Yeah, that's right, Goblin Punk. Also, hi, welcome in. And this is why the Labour Party, because the Labour Party obviously ran on some key issues during their election campaign. Yeah? Yeah, colon polyps, not cancer yet, fuck off. Exactly. It's shit like that. Shit like that. Literally shit like that. And they want places to be more overwhelmed with emergencies. Well, you see the benefit of that, Goblin Punk, right? The benefit of places being overwhelmed with emergencies is that what they can say is, we need to put some restrictions on the unchecked migration that was allowed under the Tory government, which is also a lie, and that will give them justification for deporting tens of thousands of people since Keir Starmer got in power, and they will be able to say, we've already deported tens of thousands, and we need to go further and faster to save our NHS, right? All the government ever could do now is kick the can down the road. Exactly. It's fucking absurd. So, you know, personal anecdote there from me as well. Well, familial anecdote. I don't know how you would describe that, but you know what I'm saying. It's a mad one. Hey, Brody.
Waiting lists have fallen by 13,000 in the past year alone. After years of Tory failure, we're getting the NHS back on its feet.
No, you're not! It's so disgusting that they sit there and say this. It's so disgusting. You fucking worm. You fucking disgusting piece of shit worm. You fucking traitor. You absolute fucking...
Can the Prime Minister share with me what further plans we've got to get waiting lists down even more and to make sure that we've once again got a health service to be...
I'm glad the honourable member has asked this question. We have more plans to allow Palantir to expedite our waiting list process. Yes, that's right, Palantir, Britain, which is owned by the grandson of Oswald Bosley. Famous Oswald Bosley, who I admire very much. We honour his memory today. Unfortunately beaten to death by the woke mob in 1920s in London. I don't think he was beaten to death, but it would have been funny if he did that.
Proud of.
Well, the party opposite should hang their heads in shame at the state they left our NHS in.
This is so ridiculous. No one buys this, man. Who's buying this?
Proud that this Labour government is fixing our NHS across the country. Waiting list, Mr. Speaker, the lowest for 3 years. Best A&E waiting...
Lowest for 3 years is not anything to be proud of. The NHS has been on a downturn since fucking 2003. Well, actually, no. You have to give credit where credit's due. It's been on a downturn since 2009. So, you know, sitting there and being like, the lowest it's been in 3 years. It's like, fucking shut up, man.
Times for 5 years. Fastest ambulance response times for half a decade.
Shut the fuck up, Wes, you scumbag.
In the shortest time on record. Lots done, more to do. That's why we're delivering neighbourhood health centres in every community to speed up care. We did that because we invested. What did they do? They broke the NHS and then they opposed the investment that we put in.
Right, but you've only invested to give money to Palantir, so now what? It had one of the best, maybe even the best satisfaction rates in the entire world before 2010. Yeah, the NHS used to be good, even under Tony Blair. You know. I had great support when I had an intense episode of Suicide, although... Suicidal thoughts. But when it subside after no aftercare at all, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, like, it all depends on your local area and the funding that gets directly put into your local area. So if you're in London, for example, in the centre of London, you'll get much better care than the rest of the country. Also, if you're in working class areas in London, you will also probably get better care than the rest of the country. If you're in Manchester, if you're in Newcastle, if you're in Scotland, if you're in Wales, you can forget it. I think Scotland manages its own NHS, right? Or does the NHS in Scotland get money from Westminster? You know? I don't know. But that's the point I'm making. It depends on your local area.
Liberal Democrats.
NHS has devolved, yeah. Well, it's actually probably better in Scotland.
Of my party with the comments of the Prime Minister on our wonderful...
Oh, that's right. NHS England is its own organisation. That's right. You've got NHS Wales, NHS England, NHS Scotland, and probably NHS Northern Ireland, right?
And can I also agree with him on the need to...
Here in Bolton, there's almost no primary adult mental health care because all three of the four main charities they use shut down. Yep.
Anti-Semitism wherever it is in our society, and also remembering Stephen Lawrence and his family.
A head not working. Where's Melpert? Well, I would love to know where Melpert is, and I'm sure the rest of the chat would love to know where Melpert is, but I've had no donations this stream, and of course we need £25 in order to unlock the cat cam, don't we? So that'll also get us on the way to unlocking the donation incentive for this month, which is the all-night May the 7th election stream. We've only got £250 to go, £255 in order to unlock that. If 50 people donate £5, we'll hit that today and tomorrow.
I'm sure many of us in this house were shocked by the new revelations from Ollie Robbins yesterday. He said Number 10 told him to find a plum job for Matthew Doyle, another Labour crony, friends with a convicted...
Tip for the boy, tip for the boy.
Speaker, the Prime Minister was asked on Monday whether Number 10 had proposed any political appointments other than...
Seems like the economic crash in 2007 to 2009 gave politicians the excuse to fully flush us all down the toilet. Same dog shit cuts now, except during another crash that only make things worse, except the politicians and their friends. Yeah, absolutely. Well, you know, in the UK, it was also the combination with the Tories being elected. So, you know, 2007, 2009 financial crash, and then the Tories got elected. You know, I mean, Gordon Brown made some stupid fucking decisions. He sold all of our gold. That was mad. And, you know, there was just all this kind of like, you know, bad management of finances and stuff. And then the people were like, oh, we need a Tory government to properly sort it out. But there was a hung parliament, and then there was the Lib Dems and Tory coalition, utterly mad. And that was when austerity really started to you know, go crazy. You know what I mean?
Anderson. Perhaps the last few hours have jogged his memory. Will he confirm today, did he know his office was lobbying for a diplomatic job for Matthew Doyle? And were they doing it on...
In Alberta, they switched to a community care model for mental health, which means your bartender is now your therapist, even if they don't want to be. That's actually not bad, you know. That's actually quite fucking interesting. We did fucking shock doctrine on ourselves, yeah.
His authority.
I literally get on the stream to ask about Melpert and see him while my boyfriend watches for the politics. Hey, listen, any viewers are appreciated, no matter why you watch.
As I said earlier, Matthew Doyle worked for many years in public service.
Oh, hello. Johnny, you're a star.
For me as Prime Minister and other ministers. When people leave roles in any organisation, there are very often conversations about other roles they may want to apply for. In this case, nothing came of it.
David.
Mr. Speaker, the House and the public watching will note the Prime Minister failed to answer my questions. But Mr. Speaker, the chaos in this government mustn't stop us.
Oh, I see. It takes ages to get seen. Yeah, I mean, it sounded interesting from the prospect of like increasing community bonds, because if your bartender's your therapist, then you know. Oh wait, you were making a joke. You were making a joke. Sorry. Your bartender isn't your therapist. You made it sound based. The joke made it sound based. I was thinking that your bartender actually was your therapist. And I was like, that's sick. But it's not. Did the same shit in the UK. Do you remember the Tory care in the community policy? Yeah, I do, yeah. Okay, so they did the same thing in the UK. I was about to say, that's not real. Grandpa Simpson doesn't use cappers. Yeah, he doesn't. Got Dave interviews, so I'm just going to leave a tab open alert to give you more viewers. Thanks, Jenny. You're a star. Yeah, I was about to say, what the fuck is Canada? Does Canada not know? Does the government not know in Canada that they are increasing community cohesion by encouraging people in the community to look after each other? Devolved mental health care via community connection. You know, increasing quality of life for people. You know? Anyway. Never mind.
From focusing on the cost of living crisis hitting our country. President Trump's idiotic war with Iran has already pushed up inflation in our country to 3.3%. And the Prime Minister knows there's far worse to come for the British people here on in. They need help now. So will the Prime Minister follow other countries and use the Treasury's extra revenues from higher fuel prices to cut rail and bus fares and slash prices at the pump by 12p a litre?
Mr. Speaker, everybody can see that the conflict is causing serious economic damage in this country and countries around the world. His claim of a windfall for the government are politically misleading and economically illiterate.
He is. This is the thing. The Trump shit with Starmer just doesn't work, man. He is acting like Donald Trump, but it just does not work. He can't act like Donald Trump because he has no charisma at all. Bro is literally not him. I'm imagining like the Cupid literacy program, except you're only allocated to your own community. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, poor housing and temporary accommodation is having a devastating impact on families, their life chances, our schools and communities. Will he put the full weight of government behind ensuring that new developments in London are delivering for Londoners, not private investors and landlords, including on the Billingsgate Market site in my honourable friend's Poplar and Limehouse constituency?
Johnny, you're a star.
For a question, we inherited a housing crisis in London, including record numbers of children living in temporary accommodation.
You can't just keep saying you fucking inherited it when you're the government in charge and you have been for almost 2 years! You can't just keep doing that, man.
Because the party opposite failed to build the homes that we need. Mr. Speaker, we're building those homes, and I'm looking forward next week when Labour will deliver more security for tenants through our Renters' Rights Act. I commend Hackney Council, her council, on getting on with building affordable homes. What a stark contrast to the Green Party, who proposed 42,000 new homes across the capital.
Oh, some more lies. Oh, it's some more lies. Hello, Lesbian Hot Sauce. Everybody, please go follow Lesbian Pride because I have not learned to not use the tab function to complete a streamer's name when it comes to Lesbian Hot Sauce because there's multiple emotes that have the word lesbian in there. Don't go follow Lesbian Pride. Please go follow Lesbian Hot Sauce. How you doing, LHS? It's good to see you. I love that you think of pride with me, though. Yeah, that is what it is. It's not me making a mistake. It's me thinking about pride. What have you... What is this?
Life chances, our schools and communities. Will he put the full weight of government behind ensuring that new developments in London are delivering for Londoners, not private investors and landlords, including on the Billingsgate Market site in my honourable friend's Poplar and Limehouse constituency?
Ridiculous.
I'm counting.
Thanks, Johnny.
Fenton Glenn, I'm glad you've found your feet because I could hear you shouting earlier, so we won't do it next week. Dr. Ellie Chance.
Thank you.
Here we go. A green party fucking... I was gonna talk about the fact that Keir Starmer's fucking lying again because this is the huge fucking thing about Keir Starmer at the moment is that, and the Labour Party at large, is that they love to talk about how apparently the Green Party are opposing the construction of homes through NIMBYism, right? And this isn't true. The Green Party are opposing the construction of luxury flats that are unaffordable. They are not opposing the construction of council homes on appropriate land, of which there are thousands of, it must be tens of thousands of square feet, hundreds of thousands of square feet, all over, literally all over the fucking country. And particularly it's brownfield land, which is ex-industrial land, or ex-car park land. You know what I mean? Hey, never heard Yowie!
Sonic will never again be a pain in my ass!
Thank you so much.
For the boy.
For the £11. Oh my god! Oh, the £10. Thank you so much for the £10. Chat, we only need another £15 in order to unlock the cat cam. You know what to do. It's the tip link in the chat. You want to get Melpert up in this? Get involved. You know the score. That's how you do it. can't believe you won't let me build luxury apartments all over national parks. Why do you hate the working class? And then, of course, on the Red Planet stream, not the last one, but the one before, so that was about a month ago, I did a little bit of a segment about the AI Forest City proposal, which has been created by completely incompetent NGO that was, created out of nothing. It's literally just like a guy that is like a young startup CEO and another guy that's got like massive connections with construction companies and shit like that. And they're all like, we're going to build a new city, an entirely new city in a national park. And it's like, guess what, man? I don't think it's just the Greens that are going to be opposed to that. I think it's going to be all the people that you'll have to evict who live in that rural area, which I guarantee will probably not be Green voters. They'll probably be Reform or Conservative voters, maybe even some Labour voters. And you'll just be evicting them. Yeah? And then all of a sudden, the people who oppose that construction, which will probably only be the Green Party, they will gain a lot of support in that area for doing that. And it's just so absurd. Just so completely absurd. The kind of thing that they're saying, which is, the Green Party is opposing building of homes. It's just total fucking nonsense. It's total fucking nonsense. And in fact, there's a graphic somewhere, total homes built by Green councils. Let's have a look. So this is something that people were literally talking about last year. Here's a Canary piece from 2025. Greens build new homes and Labour stalls. 18th of November 2025. Contrary to claims that the Green Party isn't building enough new homes, councils they control are completing more houses than others. So what have you got? Average annual house completions by local authority, political control. Green Party, 905. SNP, 720. Labour, lagging behind at 545. Now, are all these going to be council homes? Probably not. But you bet your bottom fucking dollar that the percentage of this that are council homes from the Labour Party is going to be significantly less than this of the Greens and probably the SNP. Of course, the issue is not that there's not enough homes. You're right, Ick Bin Dead. Welcome in. And hello, Unlucky Lou. Welcome in. Yeah, we should be building on golf courses. It'll be luxury apartments, yeah. Even in councils where they don't hold the majority, the Greens come out second only to the SNP. This is it. When combining majorities and pluralities into a single figure, the SNP comes out on top, but the Green Party is still second ahead of Labour and the Tories. It's a completely dead talking point. It's a dead in the water talking point. It's nonsense. I wonder if Ellie Chowns is going to address that now.
Speaker, the Prime Minister appointed Mandelson in a desperate and doomed attempt to pander to Donald Trump, despite knowing about his friendship with the paedophile Epstein and his links to foreign states. The Prime Minister resisted and then took a dismissive and extraordinarily incurious attitude to vetting, compromising national security. And now he's thrown a civil servant under the bus to save his own skin. All this from a Prime Minister who pledged to restore trust and integrity in government, but who's repeatedly betrayed the trust of voters and let the country down. Does the Prime Minister not recognise that the best thing he can do to restore trust and integrity is to take true responsibility and resign?
Yeah. Go on, Ellie!
Mr. Speaker,
you know what? She's a good representative to have in the Houses of Parliament. Even though she's not been good in the past, dabbled with a bit of turfery and stuff. She's been whipped to shut up about all that shit now, hasn't she? That's good. That's the kind of thing you want the Green Party MP to be saying in there, isn't it? You know what I'm saying? Is Hannah in there? I'm wondering if Hannah's in there today. Been blocked from sitting down or something. I don't know. I can't see her, but in theory she should be well, there's Ellie. Can't see her.
Let me just correct what she said. There was no dismiss.
Ellie Chowns, when she was running for leadership of the Green Party last year, was pandering to turf groups by talking about she didn't say men in women's sports, but she was talking about legitimate concerns about women's sports. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure she's the MP that talks the most in Parliament. Yeah, legend. Hey Mushy, what's going on? We have a rule in Scotland where if you have to build so many social houses and flats for every new private houses area, is it the same in the UK? Yeah, but the reality of it is affordable homes, right? And affordable homes is just whatever the market dictates as affordable. It's not actually whether they're affordable or not. You know, if you look at the actual definition of affordable that most of this, refers to, it is literally nonsense. Hey Sophie, how's it going? Good to see you. Everybody go follow Sophie.
I knew the post was subject to develop vetting. It was subject to develop vetting. What didn't happen was I was told of the UK SV recommendation. That was a serious
80% of the median, yeah.
Had I been told, the appointment wouldn't have gone ahead.
Martin Rhodes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my constituency of Glasgow North, local people in Somerston experiencing antisocial behaviour tell me that what makes the greatest difference.
Oh, good for you, Soph.
Local police officers on the beat.
That's what we want to hear.
However, since 2017, local police numbers in Glasgow have fallen by 9%, leaving 214 fewer local officers serving communities.
No one's asked.
Does the Prime Minister agree with me that visible local policing is essential to tackling antisocial behaviour and restoring confidence?
Shut up, you fucking fascist. You fucking horrible fascist.
In our communities.
Yeah. Does the Prime Minister agree that he shouldn't talk about Peter Mandelson and he should talk about putting more bobbies on the beat? We should have more bobbies beating up everybody all the time in Glasgow North. Hey Threads, what's up?
My honourable friend, Scotland deserves safer streets and more visible policing. In England and Wales, Mr. Speaker, Labour has put 3,000 more neighbourhood police officers on our streets, delivering a named police officer for every neighbourhood. The SNP government has already had 2 decades and
Bobbies is a Britishism for police.
Record funding to invest in public services. If they knew how to do it, they'd have done it by now, but they haven't.
Pardon me? Pardon me?
The SNP government has already had 2 decades and record funding to invest in public services. If they knew how to do it, they'd have done it by now, but they haven't.
Right, but they have, though. What are you on about? What are you on about? I know that they've not done, like, an amazing job, but they've done much better than what Labour or the Tories would have done. Can you imagine if Labour or the Tories were in control of fucking Scotland? Do you know what I mean?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
What's antisocial behaviour? It's knocking around whilst not being white. Antisocial behaviour is a fascinating term that was, getting around in the noughties, 90s in the UK, and it was essentially supposed to be assuaging fears by shut-ins, elderly shut-ins, middle-aged shut-ins about kids that have been let down by the state, right? So if you've ever heard the word chav, the word chav came from discourse and commentary about this phenomenon in the 80s and in the 90s and the noughties. And, I'm not going to sit there and say it was totally overblown. Like, I was threatened to be stabbed and beat up and shit like that when I was a kid because, I wasn't a scally. I wasn't a townie, so I didn't wear, well, I did sometimes wear jogging pants and stuff, but, I was a mosher, so I had long, greasy hair and, wore chains and black clothes and stuff like that. I used to be able to talk myself out of getting beat up and stuff, because I think whenever, chavs would hear me accent, they'd go, "Oh, this guy's not posh." But it was totally overblown, and it was only a result of Thatcher and the Blairite government afterwards defunding social centres for kids, community centres for kids and stuff, and of course bringing down the quality of life for working class people again and again and again, so that working class kids felt like they had no future, so that all they could do is crime, right? You know, attack and threaten people in the local community and stuff. And it did happen. It did happen. And people got into fights all the time and stuff. But you know, and yeah, some people got killed and stuff, and it's one of them. But again, it's a policy decision. It's a political decision that made these young working class people's lives shit. And of course, CHAV, that is an acronym for Council, Houses and Violence, which is of course classism, right? You know, Sure Start scrapped. Yep, absolutely. And antisocial behavior was something that was that was a term that was, you know, being thrown around in order to actually be like, yeah, that's the way you refer to this phenomenon. And antisocial behavior orders, which was an ASBO, right? They were, completely discrimination. How do I use this? What's the word? Overwhelmingly given to black kids and racialized kids. I help at a youth club, and it's crazy. Every one of the kids that regularly come that I've talked to say that their lives would change for the positive by coming there. I don't know where I'd be. Fucking hell yeah. Let's go. That's a great bit of community activism, man. Fucking love to hear that. I got called a Ned up here just for having a broad accent, and I'm a metalhead. I got called a scally a few times for not being posh. and yeah, I'm a metalhead. You know what I mean? I was a goth, I was a metalhead. Yeah, no. So antisocial behavior is a term that was, you know, it was used for discrimination by the police, essentially.
The Prime Minister's been playing
used to justify discrimination by the police.
Loose with the ministerial appointments in his chumocracy. So I want to ask him about the first one.
Chumocracy is so funny, bro. Chumocracy.
Mr. Speaker, their boos mean nothing to me, Mr. Speaker. I've seen what makes them cheer. Yes. The Prime Minister, Jonathan Powell, was appointed as the Prime Minister's special envoy.
Yeah, that's right, HBB.
Territories on the 6th of September, but throughout August, he held meetings with FCDO officials and was given access to classified information, including a meeting minute between the Prime Minister.
Yeah, it's ridiculous coming from a fucking Tory. Yeah.
Today. So my question is very simple. When was Jonathan Powell appointed as the Prime Minister's special envoy to the British Indian Ocean Territory, and what security clearance did he have upon that appointment?
He just quoted Rick and Morty in Parliament. Chumocracy is a Rick and Morty line.
Let me say that Jonathan Powell is doing an excellent job for this government. He is respected across the world and playing a significant part in dealing with the huge challenges that we face.
Jenny Reynolds Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fertiliser prices are spiralling, and it's not just down to the war in the Middle East.
It is! It is! Their boos mean nothing. I've seen what makes them cheer. Is that really? Is that really?
It's also because of the choices of the previous Conservative government who let the UK's last ammonia plant based in Billingham close in 2023. They failed to see it as a nationally critical site that was critical to the UK's food production. And instead that we are now more reliant on volatile imports. If we don't tackle this head on, higher fertiliser costs will mean higher food prices in the UK. Can I ask the Prime Minister what this government is doing to support British farmers, and does he agree with me that all options to bring...
Whip question, nonsense, flag shagger lapel pin detected. Yeah, it's called austerity and it's still state ideology and the government's not doing anything about it. But let's hear what the government's doing about it, shall we?
Down the cost of fertiliser should be on the table, including securing British homemade ammonia once again in the UK.
I wonder if the state is going to have to subsidise farmers even more because neoliberalism doesn't work and therefore capitalism.
Well, clearly the Middle East conflict is placing real pressure on farmers. That's why it's very important that we de-escalate. Today, the UK...
What are you doing to de-escalate, bro? It's so disgusting. It's so disgusting. He is literally letting US bases be used in our country for the war. Oh my God. I need to be lowered into a bath of very warm water. And I need to sit there for a while. and just pretend that nothing's happening.
Military planners as work continues.
What does it say about you to wear the white and red, the white flag red cross? Is it like a Confederate flag? It might as well be. It doesn't have the same connotations as the Confederate flag, but it is a racist. It's a racist dog whistle at this point. Yeah.
With France and other countries to help get the Strait of Hormuz open once the ceasefire holds. We've instructed the CMA to look more closely at fertiliser and red diesel to ensure farmers are getting a fair deal. We're overhauling regulations around fertiliser to diversify supply. On her particular case, we've also taken the decision to open the carbon dioxide plant.
Oh, that's why you were talking about 20,000 flights being cut yesterday by any means necessary. Yeah. Yeah. No, as soon as the middle classes realise they can't go on holiday, things are going to kick off. And that's bad because, you know, middle class people can be liberal, but there's a lot of middle class people who are not liberal. And, you know, they engage in petty bourgeois reactionary politics. Don't they? Not my treats! 6 weeks or so left of jet fuel for Europe is fucking funny as fuck, man.
In Teesside to protect supplies because we will always act to secure our economy.
Mention Ford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hi, Rebel Phoenix. No, I'm talking about the petty bourgeoisie.
Responsibility, but we cannot delegate.
People in an income bracket that makes them think that, you know, they have the same interests as the ruling class.
Accountability. Lord Carrington learned this in the army, and he lived it as Foreign Secretary when Argentina invaded the Falklands. In 1982, he held himself accountable for the failures of Foreign Office officials and resigned even though he was later cleared of responsibility. Does the Right Honourable Member not believe in ministerial accountability?
Mr. Speaker, I've set out in terms what I wasn't told in relation to this process. It's clearly information that I should have been given. A UK SV recommendation with a double red flag should have been brought to my attention. It was a serious error of judgment that it wasn't. And anyone in my position would have taken exactly the decision that I took in relation to the Permanent Secretary.
Foxcroft.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Housing is one of the biggest issues in my constituency.
Oh, don't say it!
The Council is working hard to improve this, bringing its housing stock back in-house. Non-decent homes have fallen from 1 in 4 to 1 in 10. The repairs backlog has reduced by almost 2/3 and call waiting times have fallen from 70 minutes to 4. However, leaseholders and those with cladding issues still need support. So can the Prime Minister update the House on what this government is doing in these two very...
It's supposed to be Prime Minister's questions. Not allowing the Prime Minister to give updates on things that, you know, he may or may not be doing, or various different sections of the government may or may not be doing.
vital areas.
Mr. Speaker, we're tackling the injustice of leaseholds and fixing building safety, as she rightly highlights. And I can thank her for campaigning on this over many, many years.
Depraved.
Mr. Speaker, we're capping ground rents at £250 to cut costs for almost 4 million leasehold properties. We're investing over £5 billion to remove dangerous cladding, including over £1 billion for social housing. In Lewisham...
Official question for the Prime Minister. How are you doing, pal?
Have a safe and
everything going okay? How are you?
Secure home.
Lincoln Job.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last Thursday, a man was arrested in Laleham in my Spelthorne constituency. He'd been approaching children at the primary school, having been warned by the police not to do so. He was taken into police custody, and after further examination, he was detained under the Mental Health Act. Unbelievably, he was living in an unlicensed HMO supported by the Home Office, a stone's throw from the primary school.
Here we fucking go. An evil foreign paedophile. An evil foreign paedophile. Why whenever we hear the word British Isles, can we not... Wait, what does it say? Why is it impossible to say British Isles without putting the word peed off in front of it?
What I would like to know, Prime Minister, is who was responsible for the risk assessment that put him there? Was it the Home Office? Was it Spelthorne Borough Council? Who screwed up? And who can I hold accountable?
Can I thank him for his question? Obviously,
don't worry, we're deporting more foreigners than you've ever seen in your entire life.
This is a live plea.
HMO stands for Houses of Multiple Occupancy. A house of multiple occupancy is a property where 5 or more people are renting to the same landlord, and they have to be licensed. And a lot of landlords don't get them licensed because the state allows them to get away with it. So it's a valid question in terms of that. It has, of course, been twisted into racism. Because, you know, he's now saying this man was housed by the Home Office in an unlicensed HMO. Who's responsible? And they're just talking about the fact that he is, you know, a foreigner. That's all it is. They're just talking about the fact that he's a foreigner.
Investigation, as he will appreciate.
Tory fascism.
The Asylum Minister is looking very closely at this case, and obviously I can provide him with any further information as that.
Do you see how his demeanour has changed? Even though he's talking to the opposition, but as soon as they're talking about foreigners coming here and scaring our kids, right? He's being very gentle. The honourable gentleman is right. We're looking very closely into this. We will make sure that we find out exactly who is responsible for this.
Emerges. Can I reassure him that all accommodation must meet contractual standards, and the Home Office works with the police to manage all sites safely? Local authorities are consulted prior to any accommodation being procured and can object to any proposal.
The entire front bench, every single one of them.
If the site is not suitable, it will not proceed.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the main concerns North Durham residents...
Here we fucking go. Here we fucking go. Talking about Labour MPs parachuted in. I bet fucking sitting there... Look at Carl Turner's face. And I don't know the name of this guy. Is that Jazz Singh? Yeah, brown skin pedo, white skin US ambassador. I bet sitting next to Luke Akehurst is like sitting next to an open fucking sewer drain.
Raised with me is the vitality of local high streets. So I'm delighted that in the last year, a series of new independent businesses has opened in Chesley Street, Front Street. Willow's Bakehouse, Paper and Park Bookshop, Pretty Busy Blooms, Kira Sushi Restaurant, and just this weekend, the Black Rabbit Bar, which I'm looking forward to visiting. Will the Prime Minister join me in congratulating these new businesses and outline the measures he is taking to...
He's shaking so much, man. I didn't realise he's this red all the time. Yeah, he fucking loves being a gammon so much. He's just like, I absolutely must be as red as fuck. He's also got the England flag lapel pin on.
Support further regeneration of our high streets.
Yeah. It's mad that he used the opportunity to just be like, yeah, our high streets are doing really well. Never mind my working class constituents. They'll all be ghost restaurants or crypto exchanges. Yeah.
Delighted to hear about the new businesses in his area. Our high street strategy, backed by £301 million, will set
Why is Lisa Nandy laughing?
further plans to rejuvenate high streets across the country. We are putting power into the hands of local communities through our Pride in Place scheme, Mr. Speaker, including £20 million for Stanley South in his constituency. That is only possible because his community has a hard-working Labour MP and a Labour government.
My constituents have been asking me, why is April not recognised as National Turnip Month? Not fucking turnip, National Red Cabbage Month.
Mr. Speaker, some 6 months ago in this House I mentioned a little boy called Teddy Jackson. Sadly, Teddy will be forever 7 because he died last week from MLD. MLD is a horrendous condition that stole Teddy's ability to walk, talk, and even smile. What makes this tragedy more profound is that here in the UK we have a treatment, we have a cure, but it's only effective if the condition is identified by the simple heel prick at birth and treated immediately, because when symptoms appear, it's too late. Just a few weeks ago, the UK Screening Committee recommended it remain excluded from the heel prick. So we have a treatment, we have a commissioned service in Manchester Royal Hospital, Children's Hospital, but yet children like Teddy are still dying prematurely. Prime Minister, despite all that's going on in the world, I know he is in politics to make a change. In Teddy's memory and in the memory of all those who have died prematurely, make the change and add MLD to the simple heel prick.
Well, I do
Seems reasonable.
Raising Teddy's case very well, and I'm very saddened to hear of his passing. And I think
No, you're not. You don't give a fuck about Irish people, especially Irish
with
kids.
his family and his loved ones. And I will do precisely as she asks. I'll make sure that we look at this again in light of the...
No, we won't. No, we won't. And no, you won't, you fucking smarmy cunt.
Birthday boy Oliver Ryan.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And happy St George's
Birthday
Day for
boy.
tomorrow too. In Burnley, Padiham and Brarefield, we have a large number of ex-industrial derelict land sites crying out for regeneration and redevelopment. They're blighting community.
Shite this. Anything else good happen? Anyone else good say anything? Or is it all just fucking whip questions? Just a bunch of whip questions. No Zara, no Corbyn. Alright, chat, we're moving on. Absolutely depraved. Why does Wes never get a seat? He's on the cabinet. It's supposed to be free. You know why. You know why. Alright, chat. Well, there we go. There was Prime Minister's questions. Of course, that's not going to be happening next week because Keir Starmer has prorogued Parliament. Chat, we still need another £15 in order to unlock CatCam. I've been streaming for 1 hour and 48 minutes. Please consider tipping your streamer. Any little helps, any amount is worth it. If it's £1, £3, £4, £5, chuck them in, chuck it into the ring. And of course, help us unlock CatCam. And then further down the line, the May the 7th election stream. Yeah, where I will be staying up all night to cover the elections if we hit the £700 dono goal. It is today, the 22nd of April. We've got today's stream, tomorrow's stream. If people want to donate over the weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, while I'm doing the gaming stream. And then the entire week of streams next week. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, in order to hit it, right? So we've got a decent amount of time, but it's always good to get them donos in early because, of course, you get the benefit of the Melpit cam and you get the benefit of just making me happy, you know? It's nice, isn't it? Has he already prorogued Parliament? Yes, he has. Let's see if that's in the news. Keir Starmer prorogue. Let's have a look. Oh, maybe this is fake news. Maybe it's not. Oh, maybe it's not happened. No, sorry, this is fake news. It's fake news. No, he's not proroguing Parliament. Sorry, I got that wrong. That's what happens when you have a day of unpreparedness. Yeah, that's my bad, chat. Sorry. Days since misinfo. Reset the counter. Yeah. Reset the counter. Okay, well, anyway. Maybe he will answer some more questions next week. It'd be very funny if he does. If he does prorogue Parliament. But then, you know, if he's got Prime Minister's questions next week, we're going to be having a bunch of questions about Peter Mandelson. I was watching the Tomodachi Life VODs and I was fucking dying. It was giving me cramps from how hard I was laughing. Good. That's very good. That's what I want. That's what I want out of the Tomodachi live streams. Yeah. There's all kinds of new additions that I've made. You know, I might leak a little bit more information as to the new characters that have been added. I think I teased this one yesterday. Or in fact, wait, hang on a minute. I need to go back and watch the stuff I've missed. I've enjoyed it so much. Chat, go to the VOD channel. If you want to see what the hubbub is all about, go to the VOD channel and check out the Tomodachi Life streams. The VODs of the Tomodachi Life streams. They're very funny. We're having a very fun time. Oh yeah, here we go. I'll give you another little teaser. Who's this? Who's this? Answers on a postcard, please. But we've got we've got him in there. Who else? Who else could we add in? I don't have any other screenshots actually. I thought I had more screenshots, but I don't. Jerry Seinfeld, it's a good guess. You'll have to find out if that's confirmed on the Friday Tomodachi Life stream. Have you added Alex Jones yet? Alex Jones was added on Sunday. Alex Jones is on the island. There have already been more women added. There are multiple women added. There's only one more political character that I'm gonna add. And I haven't decided who it is yet, but basically we've got about 30. You've not missed much because these are all things that I've done off stream. These are things that I've been doing after the main streams and before the main streams. So, you know, once we're done with political characters, we'll be added some fictional characters. Right? That's how it will go. No, I've not done all these new characters in the few hours that you missed. That would be a mammoth task. And there's no way that I would have been able to do that. But I've added a bunch of characters, so we're going to be focusing on the relationships between those characters, or potential relationships between those characters on the Tomodachi Life streams this weekend. So anyway, there you go. Check it out. And the bot knew exactly what I was talking about. And it's promoted the gaming channel, twitch.tv/Donkus there. Anyway, right, listen, let's move on to the Iran news. Some updates. Let's have a little look at where we're up to. Oil prices, what's going on there? Boom, here we go. $92 to the barrel. There it is, chat. So, not doing a great job of bringing down the oil prices, because if you look at things in perspective with the 6-month version of this graph, you can see before the war here, February 26th, and it hasn't really come close to $64 a barrel. The lowest that it's been since the war started is $82 a barrel. Now it's on the up again. We're at $92 in the barrel. Now, why could that be? Well, it very well may be to do with the fact that Iran have seized 2 vessels in the Strait of Hormuz today because they tried to break the blockade. Let's have a little look at this Al Jazeera report into it.
Attacking vessels in the Strait of Hormuz. Tasnim news agency says the Navy has seized the Epaminondas and the MSC Francesca off the Iranian coast near Siddiq. Iran accuses the vessels of operating without authorization and manipulating navigation systems.
These vessels have been transferred to the territorial waters of the Islamic Republic of Iran for inspection of their cargo and documents. The IRGC Navy once again emphasized that any action aimed at disrupting the implementation of the laws announced by the Islamic Republic of Iran regarding transit in the Strait of Hormuz, as well as activities contrary to safe passage in this strategic waterway, will be continuously monitored by the IRGC Navy, and violators will face decisive and lawful action.
Meanwhile, the ceasefire has been extended despite stalled efforts to reach a peace deal between the US and Iran. President Donald Trump says Pakistan asked the US to hold off on attacking Iran so Iranian leaders can submit a unified proposal. Now, Iran's ambassador to the UN says talks will resume as soon as the US blockade on Iranian ports ends. But Washington has said the naval blockade in the Strait of Hormuz will continue until a peace deal is done.
Well, there you have it. You know, the US is trying this absolutely absurd strat where they're trying to get people to, you know, forget that a naval blockade is an act of war. They're trying to gaslight everyone into thinking that if you get a bunch of military ships and threaten cargo ships from leaving a particular port or a particular area, that is in fact not a military action. It's just a fine, normal, everyday thing to happen. And Iran is not accepting that gaslighting, and they are seeing it for what it is, which is an act of war. So here we are, where the US is doing an act of war. They've been doing an act of war during the ceasefire, and Iran is retaliating in kind. You know? Yeah, it's military when you do it, but not military when I do it. So this is where we're up to. And then, of course, the retaliation is that Iran has seized Israeli vessels that are trying to move through the strait, that were disguised as Panamanian vessels.
Now, we've got correspondents at the White House, in Islamabad, in Dubai, and in Tehran. We're going to start with Ali Hashim in the Iranian
Hey, Portland 1000.
So, Ali, the ceasefire is extended, but Iran seizes 2 ships. What are the messages coming from Iran?
Well, the ceasefire is one thing for the Iranians, and the blockade is another. And they've vowed yesterday that they are going to continue and resume the work on defending the strait, the closure of the strait, as they're doing from their own side, and the other side trying to confront the blockade. And given the fact that today's incident took place, it's clear that this is part of the new status quo in the seas surrounding the Gulf and the Arab region, tit for tat. That will, of course, I mean, this is coming just after days from the United States seizing of an Iranian ship. So now we're seeing the Iranians seizing another 2 ships. So this is going to continue as far as the blockade is there, and as far as the Strait of Hormuz is closed also.
Ali, thanks a lot. We're going to bring in Mike Hanna at the White House. So Donald Trump, Mike, saying that the US is going to still blockade the Strait of Hormuz. It's now waiting for Iran to come back with what's been described as a unified response. What are you hearing from the White House?
Well, President Trump made clear that he believes the blockade is still an important piece of leverage for him. He did so in a Truth Social statement in the course of yesterday evening. He says Iran doesn't want the Strait of Hormuz closed. They want it open so they can make $500 million a day. He wrote, they only say they want it closed because I have it totally blockaded. So they merely want to save face. Now, a few days ago, President Trump was saying that the Strait of Hormuz doesn't matter because the U.S. doesn't rely on it for oil. However, now it's obviously a central part of his policy.
Completely
and
insane.
A central part of attempting to show that the U.S. has not backed down in terms of extending this particular ceasefire. There's something that is very important for President Trump to continue to appear to show strength in the face of what is amounting to Iranian defiance of his wishes to get the talks going.
And what's Trump talking about? Yes, that's right. He is still talking about protecting these suspiciously aesthetically pleasing from a Western standard women from execution. So you'll remember that we covered this last night, where he was going, I would greatly appreciate the release of these women, nothing to do with the fact that they're the Latinas of the Middle East. These definitely real women, they're going to be executed. Don't worry about the women in hijabs. We don't care about those ones. They're not interesting, but these ones particularly need to be saved. And, wow, what's this? What's this? When was this posted? Wait, can you find out when it was posted? 6 p.m. today. So, literally a couple of hours ago. Very good news. I've just been informed the 8 women protesters that were going to be executed tonight in Iran will no longer be killed. 4 will be released immediately, and 4 will be sentenced to 1 month in prison. I very much appreciate Iran and its leaders respected my request. This is nonsense. This is nonsense. If these women are real, and yes, there is some speculation online that these women aren't real and that they are AI. They all have backlit headshots, which is very interesting. That is an interesting part of it, except for this one here, right? So, unknown as to whether these are actually real women. Of course, the person sharing this is Eyal Yacobi, a famously pro-Zionist fascist piece of shit. Not a word from the international community or so-called human rights organizations. This is also not true because H. Rana were talking about this as well. We don't know what their names are because, of course, Ich bin dead. What you've got to remember is that their names don't matter, do they? What matters is that they are the Latinas of the Middle East. What matters is that they are the big booty Latinas of the Middle East. That's all that matters, isn't it? And they look like this. So, in the unlikely event that these are real women, Donald Trump is claiming that they have been saved. Now, if they are real, Donald Trump had no influence on what decision has been made by the government in Iran in order of, sentencing or punishment or anything like that. There's just no way. Calling them mid-Latinas. It's true. It's true. I did do that. Hey, Baldwin. If this is a real thing, which it likely isn't, because who are the narrators, right? Who are the narrators in this story? It's a Zionist public figure and the president, the pedophile president of the United States of the dying empire, right? Hi-Fi Low Life, welcome to the stream. Are you against big booties or something? I'm famously against big booties. That's the thing. So, he's there saying that he's had some kind of an influence on what is going on with these supposedly, detained protesters. It's all nonsense. It's complete nonsense. So he's talking about this in order to make out that somehow, Iran is doing what he says, right? Iran is doing what he says. They're doing negotiations. They really want a deal. They want to negotiate. They won't be killing any protesters. We're helping them. We're getting them released. He likes Polanski, so he's not against big boobies. Donald Trump likes Zach Polanski. Wait, what? Really G Nerf D. Hey, welcome in. Cover story for the Punished Jesus. Oh, you mean the the Jesus statue in Lebanon that the oh, I like Polanski. Yeah, okay, sorry, I didn't get the joke. The statue of Jesus in southern Lebanon that an IDF soldier was pictured as smashing with a sledgehammer. That guy got, 30 days, a 30-day sentence, but I don't even think that's true. I don't even think that he has got a 30-day sentence. I think the reality is that they told the international media that he got a 30-day sentence, and actually nothing's happened to him whatsoever. Because why? You know what I mean? Why would they do that? Why would they punish an IOF soldier for doing something that IOF soldiers have done for decades, by the way? Like, this is something that, like, my mum Bless her. Even she said to me yesterday, she was like, did you see the IDF soldier smash that? Like, she never says this. She never talks about this. And she was like, did you see the IDF soldier smash that statue of Jesus in Lebanon? I was like, Mum, they've done this for decades. This is what I've been trying to tell you. This is what I've been trying to tell you, man. This is what I've been trying to tell you for years. This is what all of us have been trying to tell you for years. It doesn't matter. They're fucking, like, the way that Zionism works is that they are Israeli supremacists. And by Israeli, they mean white Jewish people, right? But it doesn't even matter if you're Jewish. You just have to, you know, you can be secular. Because Zionism is it's not a religion. It's not part of, you know, not a sect or anything like that. It's just, you know. So there you go. And it's completely fucking absurd. It's completely absurd that they are trying to posture to the international, you know, media that somehow it's relevant. Like, you know, they are taking this really seriously. They're taking it really seriously. It doesn't matter if they've, like, bombed every single mosque in Gaza. As soon as a Zionist fascist soldier smashes a Jesus statue, the international media has to know that he's been held to account, which is also just a lie. So anyway, this is what Trump is talking about. He's talking about this in order to make it sound like he's in control, that things are happening. It's nonsense. That's not the case. There you go.
Again, also a problem for the Trump administration, several sources are saying, is the fact that they're not quite clear who they are talking with in Iran, who are the decision makers. The main negotiator was assassinated by the Israelis, Ali Larijani. The supreme leader, the former one, was assassinated in the early part of the war. Now the US government appears to be left with the Islamic Republic.
But a cute thing that my mum said last night, today actually, is that she said, oh, I was just logging into Twitch last night and I saw that you had 150 viewers. And I said, that's right, Mum. I got a very big raid from my wonderful friend, Lesbian Hot Sauce. But even before the raid, I was getting to 80 viewers just off my own community, which is amazing. Thanks very much, everybody, for all the support. Honestly, it really means the world. It's great. And it's really cute when my mum says it, you know? It's very funny, actually, because she said, she goes, you've just got to be consistent now. And I was like, I know. I've been being consistent for the last year. That's why this is happening. That's actually the main reason as to why this is happening. And she goes, oh, but I know, I remember when you used to call, you know, used to ring me up and you used to say, oh, something's made me feel really sad and I'm not gonna stream tonight. And it's like, yeah, that used to happen a lot because I just like wasn't that consistent and probably smoking a bit too much weed, to be honest. But I'm your mum. There you go. If she is in the chat, then there you go. I don't think she'd be in the chat. I don't know if she'd actually enjoy the stream because she finds it really hard to listen to me talk about politics. But anyway, she's very supportive, which is great. She does care about me. Yeah, hi, Vord. Anyway, mom in chat. I've seen the cruiser that they seized drive through the minefield. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Have you got a link to that? Really, G, Nerf D? Okay. What was I saying? Thank you for all the fucking support, is what I'm saying. Thank you, chatters, for being here consistently when I'm coming out every day. Where's the sound effects I'm looking for? There it is. There it is. All right. Let's get back to it.
American Guard Corps to negotiate with, notoriously hardline, and the previous leaders who have been killed were in fact guardrails against the complete power of the ICRG.
Okay, let's go back to Ali Hashem, who's still in Tehran for us, of course. So, Donald Trump had previously said that the US was negotiating with people.
Big up Mrs. DJ. You make it sound like she's my wife. That's mad, bro. Don't. Don't be calling her Mrs. DJ.
That he described as reasonable, but we understand now he's saying it's because part of the problem is that Iran's leadership is fractured. Do we have any indication who is providing the responses to the US right now?
Well, you know, when you're in Tehran...
I understand the sentiment. It's like, if you knew my surname, you'd be saying Mrs. X, right? Yeah, big up Mrs. X. I understand the sentiment, but Mrs. DJ's crazy. It just makes it sound like she's my wife. ICRG, the International Communist Revolutionary Guests. Yeah. Yes, good. ICRG. Mrs. DJ Mum. Yeah, there you go. A Star Spangled. Do you think Kay's Meet was in celebration of Coyote versus Acme finally getting released? Conference. I believe Coyote versus Acme will be a phenomenal summer hit. And may I say, in solidarity with Coyote. There you go. Yeah, it was because of that. Mrs. X sounds like she's Malcolm X's wife. That's correct. Yes, I was just using X as the placeholder for what my surname may be, which none of you are allowed to know. It's been kept from audiences for far too long. Anyway, let's carry on with the news.
The view is different, especially when you are watching how the system is working in Tehran. It's completely different from what is being said. I mean, the issue is that there is a system, there is a leadership, there are institutions, there is a foreign ministry. These are all part of the decision-making cycle in Iran. And nothing has changed when it comes to how things work in this. There's a workflow. Now, the killing of the Supreme Leader, the killing of the Supreme National Security Council Secretary, other people who are in charge, wasn't left without being replaced. So there's no vacuum. And when there's no vacuum, the workflow continues as it used to be. However, there's something, different now in Iran, is that the team surrounding the Supreme Leader is very harmonized. Actually, it's his own team for the past 15 years. And now, after they've worked in the shadows for all that time, now they are in charge. So we see Mohammad Baqir Dhul Qadr being the Supreme National Security Council. The commanders in the IRGC, for example, Ahmed Wahidi or Aziz Ja'fari or his assistant Hussein Ta'ib or Mohammad Baqir Qalib. These are all people who were the men around the new Supreme Leader.
So here we have Ali Hashem confirming to us what we've known for a long time, ever since the start of the war, when Ali Khamenei was martyred, that there is, in fact, a leadership structure in place that is not reliant on an Ayatollah being in power. Absolutely loving the crude oil price right in the corner. Yeah. Al Jazeera know what they're doing. They do know what they're doing. You know, it's like we've said before. You got the English Al Jazeera where they're playing to a Western audience, and you've got the Arabic Al Jazeera where they're talking to people in the Gulf. And they're being a bit more sympathetic to Iran. But yeah, again, you've got this here. You've literally just got the fact that, there is a leadership structure. It's way more complex than anyone ever thought it to be, because imperialist media have just been saying for decades, it's a top-down, authoritarian, dictatorial situation. There's no horizontal nature to it. It's not just horizontal, it's mosaic. There are various different collections of people who could organize independently based on what could happen. It's crazy. Like, they don't, there is not socialism or a dictatorship of the proletariat happening in Iran, right? So let's not get it twisted and sit here and think, the revolution was communist or for the proletariat or anything like that. They have certain socialized elements of, government, like medicine, and I think that there's another thing, but I can't remember what the fuck it is. I've heard like interviews with people who've lived in Tehran and talk about the realities of it and stuff. And these are not people who are shilling for the IRGC or the the state. These are people who are just like, yeah, this is the reality of what it's like to live in Tehran. But they have also planned their government around imperialist threats and imperialist aggression. Jesse Waters claiming that a military coup is going to happen any second now, and he keeps calling him the gay Ayatollah. Brilliant. Keep doing it. I can't wait for Jesse Waters' fucking career to end up in the bin, because no one takes him fucking seriously anymore because he's a freak. Just absurd. Just an absurd claim. Just like completely divorced from the reality of what is going on the ground. Yeah, Iran's battle is for sovereignty, not socialism. Not yet anyway, right? The people of Iran will probably desire socialism, and many of them do. But, they are going to be first and foremost completely organizing around the fact that they are constantly being threatened. What's the word? Interlocuted, infiltrated, and all that kind of shit. You know what I mean? So it's nuts, completely nuts. But anyway, let's move on. Listen to the rest of this.
Supreme leader. So the decision making is smooth among them.
Oh, sorry, really, G-Nerf. I still got the link, and you're okay. You've just been timed out.
And the foreign minister
have a look.
Are the ones conveying the answers. So other than that, there are no signs that there is a fractured leadership here in Tehran.
Ali Hashem, live for us there in Tehran. Thanks, Ali. We're going to go back to Mike Hanna at the White House. Mike, just before we do, I just want to point out our viewers to the top right-hand corner of the screen there. That is the current price of Brent crude at the moment. It's sitting over $100 a barrel. It's been moving between 10 and it was up to about 19 at one point. You can see the figure ticking up and down there.
What can Iran do to obliterate Trump with embarrassment? You can't embarrass someone who's incapable of shame. That's the sad reality about Trump. They are embarrassing him on a global stage. He's already been embarrassed. And they're continuing to do it by defying Trump's blockade. Live Brent crude reaction, yeah. No, it is funny with the live thing right above it, right? Yeah, the instant Brent crude reaction. But yeah, they are certainly humiliating him. They're in the process of humiliating him.
Of course, the kind of level of uncertainty that the world has with regard to, even though we have a
Jesse Waters' mum is a liberal and hasn't invited in Thanksgiving for years. That's crazy.
Carrying on, and nevertheless, there is this uncertainty which is being reflected, at least in part, by the energy prices. Now, in terms of domestic politics, how long do you think Donald Trump can continue all of this? What are analysts telling you from the States?
No, it's okay, really, G-Nerf. Don't worry.
Certainly felt by Americans at the
appreciate the effort, though.
But it goes far further than that. Diesel plays an important part in the transportation of everyday goods, and the price of those goods are rising incrementally as this war continues. It's a deeply unpopular war within the United States, and the polls indicate that President Trump's own personal standing is the lowest it has ever been, and probably the lowest of any president. One poll puts him at 30% favorable rate. So it is having a dramatic political impact.
Imagine having a lower favorability rating than Richard Nixon.
On the United States and on the Trump administration.
25 consecutive streams watched by RTE clearance.
Midterm elections in November. President Trump
watching my favorite finance bro dabble in politics on the side.
Looking forward to that. He has been on his campaign.
I hate how much this has turned me into a finance understander, a finance sicko, an economics watcher.
Already, even during this conflict, and this could have a massive and dramatic effect at those November voting to the detriment of President Trump and his Republican Party. So he wants out of here. Very clearly, he has extended the ceasefire because he does not want to go back to war again, because that would lead to a renewing of the war and an extension of it. So he is looking for an off-ramp. All indicators, all analysts believe that this is the case, and he wants one. But how is he going to get it? Well, that is the question, because none of those around him, he spent the day sitting with his National Security Council yesterday, none of those around him appear to be certain as to what course he should take. They are leaving it up to him. They did not know going into that meeting yesterday what President Trump was going to do at the end of it, whether he was going to go to war again or declare an extension of the ceasefire. So it's a very, very shadowy, shady, difficult situation, and the popular effect is deeply damaging to the Trump administration.
It's Mike Hanna at the White House. Mike, thanks very much indeed.
Thanks, Mike Hanna. All right. Side note, RFK Jr. is in a select committee hearing today, isn't he? Have a little listen to this.
In your testimony. In that context, in your testimony, you identified nutrition as a bedrock of health and one of the primary levers for treating and preventing chronic disease. You also emphasize that it's imperative for our nation's healthcare providers to be equipped to incorporate nutrition into patient care. Securing commitments from more than 50 medical schools to provide at least 40 hours of nutrition education is an incredible start. I don't think it was very long ago that there was probably very little nutrition taught in medical school. And now we are encouraging that to be a focal point. How does HHS plan to build on this progress by securing additional commitments from medical schools and expanding nutrition education into other key areas such as residency training, medical licensing, and continuing medical education?
Thank you very much, Chairman.
He's so healthy. He's a picture of health, isn't he? Peak health. You may not like it, but this is what peak health looks like. How many cups of coffee has he got? Bro, what? He is drinking so much coffee. Make America healthy again, starting with him. You really got to start with your... You really got to start with your health secretary, don't you? You know? If you're going to be making anything healthy again. My God. Hey, Kitsune Nix, how you doing? Welcome in. Needs caffeine in an IV. Health starts at home. That's what they say. Hey, A. Drake, welcome in. Hey, Cass. Nuts. Absolutely fucking nuts. All right, where was I? What am I doing? What am I looking at? What am I looking at? Okay, what I wanted to look at as well is, this is Daniel Davis. For those of you that don't know, this guy is a Trump guy who is no longer a Trump guy and has decided that he is throwing all of his support behind the IRGC in the fight against America. Which is really fucking funny. He's like a total turncoat. He has had some pro-Iran speakers on his show in the past. And I think that this is the second time that he has now actually had our friend Syed Mohammed Marandi on the show. Yes, Ray K watchers will know that Daniel Davis is a constant watch, a constant, continued fascination of us in Rawi's stream. So here he is chatting to Mohammed Marandi again. Let's have a little listen to this and see what he's saying Obviously, Morandi is going to give an update of the Iranian position, and Daniel Davis is going to sit there and be like, yeah, Mint, I love that. He's called on Trump to be impeached now. That's fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. I mean, look, chat, make no mistake. As Rowie says, right? He's a hog. He has hog opinions. He is going to have hog opinions, but it is fascinating the veracity with which he has turned on Trump and, in fact, had a bunch of, positive things to say about Iran. Yeah, he's a gammon. He's an American gammon, a hog, right? That's what they call American gammons, hogs. That's what I've heard anyway. That's what I've heard. Larry Johnson said Trump tried to nuke Iran on Saturday. No, that's bollocks. Yeah, we had a look at that yesterday, Cass. That's complete nonsense.
Who in the heck is in charge in Iran? Is it the IRGC? Is it the political leadership? Are they having a knockdown, drag-out battle in between the two that somehow is going to, I don't know, make things helpful for the United States? It's not clear what even the hope is, but there's a lot of chatter on the American media today, and especially throughout the West, that it's unclear who's even in charge on the other side, and therefore that's probably the reason why we haven't got a negotiated settlement and why this war in some form or another continues on. To try to determine what is fact and what is fiction in this, we have back with us, we are delighted today to have Professor Saeed Morandi, professor.
It is, chat, it's just fascinating to see something like this happen. It is fascinating to see something like this happen. You've got a guy on the left. Not only was he just like, chat, to be clear, he's not just like a random hog, right? He's not just a random Trump voter. This guy was slated to be in the administration, in the military, and then was cut, right? So he's obviously on a bit of a vengeance arc as well. Yeah, he's literally, like, he's a veteran. You can see he's got the fucking, all this nonsense in the background or whatever, like this old Ironsides thing. I don't know. I can never decide what this actually is. It looks like weird amosexual twister. I don't know what this is. Someone could probably explain it to me. He's got like camo netting in the background and shit. Looks like he's going to have a drum and bass rave. But yeah, it is absolutely fascinating for him. Like, literally 5 years ago, this guy would have been saying that this guy on the right is like an enemy, like a mortal enemy, never to be trusted. And now he's got Mohammed Morandi on the fucking show, and he's going to talk to him about how Iran is winning the war. He was supposed to be second in command to Tulsi Gabbard, but he was fired because he called Gaza a genocide. That's mad. That's absolutely mad.
At Tehran University and former advisor to...
Hello, Chronix TGC. Welcome in.
And combat veteran, we would point out. Professor, welcome back to the show.
Thank you very much for having me. It's always a great pleasure.
Well, it's always a pleasure for us to have you on because you're always just giving the viewpoint of how you see things from your perspective. And, we just get inundated here in the West with only one perspective with how the West is saying that things are. And we never get the balance of here's what the...
Listen to how geopolitically prescient he's being. He's talking about Western propaganda being completely, oversaturated and being the only thing that's available to people in the United States. He's just geopolitically aware. It's like fucking
saying, and then of course to always, like we do,
hey Chief Indian, what's up?
What is the ground truth? And just
take care, Kitsune.
Who's closer to the actual truth and who's not. And it's not going to work out very well for us, that analysis today, as we're going to see here. And first of all, as I opened up with, there's a lot of chatter in the U.S. about that are the IRGC folks in charge.
It's just an old boat. Thanks, HBB.
Here's how Fox News put it just earlier today.
President Trump's 3 to 5 day ceasefire deadline coincides with the arrival in the region of a third aircraft carrier strike group, the USS Bush, in the coming days. Harris.
Because you reported and reminded everybody that Iran never actually agreed to the ceasefire. So that's interesting because they accuse the United States blockade in the Strait of Hormuz of being a violation of the ceasefire, but they expect it to be honored.
Well, the real question, Harris, is who is negotiating on behalf of Iran? Who is in charge there? And we really still are not clear at this point. The IRGC and the IRGC Navy does one thing, and their Speaker of Parliament says another thing to Pakistan. So it's very difficult to know what is actually happening and what.
And so now Mohammed Morandi is going to say, well, here's the reality. Here are the people who are in charge of making decisions in Iran.
Happening with the leadership of Iran right now.
Let's just start off with that last part, Professor. Is it hard to figure out who's in charge in Tehran?
That's right, Chronix.
No, it's very clear. It's like saying that the U.S. Navy hijacks a Iranian ship, and then the Secretary of State says something, and then someone says it's not clear. Is it the U.S. Armed Forces that's in charge? Or is it the Secretary of State?
Like, that's the easiest way to understand it. Like, you know, when people say the IRGC, you're just talking about the military. It's not the whole military, but you're just talking about the military. Like, this is the key thing to understand. And that's why Morandi is a good guy to listen to. And of course, you have to listen to him with the lens of, is this guy pro-Iranian government? Yeah. He's never going to criticize the Iranian government. Right? He's never going to criticize the Iranian government. So you have to look at it through that lens. But he is going to tell you the realities of the difference between the propaganda that's leveled against Iran and the way that Western media just, you know, explains things very, very clearly in terms of who is in charge in the United States. And it's not a confusing thing. Right, but because of the language in Western media, it makes it confusing. You're like, oh, the IRGC. It's like, no, that's just the military. That's just the military.
That's not how it works. In Iran, it's like the United States.
Thank you for the follows, by the way. Hey, Yui. Thank you for the 3 consecutive streams watched.
Supreme National Security Council. In the Supreme National Security Council, the president is the head. Excuse me. The president is the head of that council. They are members.
You've got Masoud Pezeshkian, the president.
Constitution. The leader has 2 representatives. And there's a chair to that council, which the president and the leader agree upon. All strategic decisions are made in that council. So right now, the negotiations that we see that take place between Iran and the United States, the file is in the hands of the Speaker of Parliament, who is also a colleague of mine at the University of Tehran, and he was also a general during
well, Chronix, it's only stupid if you aren't making a lot of money on the oil market. It's only stupid if you are not. And BBC did a report on this, by the way, which we're going to have a look at if we have time. Oh no, this is from yesterday. Hang on. We watched that yesterday. So, you know, the stuff here about investors moving funds from the Gulf to Asia as the war fuels uncertainty. And then, you know, a literal BBC report. It's only 3 minutes because the BBC doesn't want to speculate on Empire too much. The insider trading suspicions looming over Trump's presidency. Yeah? There is a lot of evidence at this point. This video has almost got 1 million views, 900,000 views. Yeah? People are figuring this shit out. People are figuring this shit out. There's a lot of evidence to say at the moment that there are investors who may or may not be people in the White House or people related to people in the White House or the Pentagon who are making a lot of money purchasing oil shorts, purchasing oil bond, oil stocks before and after the the market goes up and down, right? So, you know, it's only stupid if you're not investing.
The war when Saddam Hussein invaded Iran. He was a volunteer turned military officer, and he went up in the ranks till he became.
And also, chat, that's a key talking point, yeah? That's a key talking point to talk about the illegitimacy of capitalism, right? If you are talking to people in your local area, if you're talking to your neighbors, if you're talking to your local community, if you've got an organization, even if you go to like a dance class, right? And you're all socializing afterwards, and you're known as the weird commie freak or the weird lefty loony, you know, and then everybody, because everybody can see, it's completely clear, yeah, it's completely clear that the war in Iran is a huge mistake, and no one understands why it's happened. Like you said there, Chronics, right? Like, how, you know, does he not know that the blockade will actually give the USA less oil? You know, it's really stupid. What is he doing? Like, they didn't even try and manufacture any consent for this war, right? You could just say straight away, it's because they wanted to make money on the oil market. It's as simple as that. Now, do you see why capitalism is an issue? Yeah? This is it. Most likely insider traders are Don Jr., Eric Trump, Jared Kushner, and Trump's inner circle. Don Jr. is literally a paid advisor for Polymarket and Kelshi. It's so obvious. Exactly. You know, you can find this stuff out if you do a bit of research. You know, I actually didn't know. I don't know about Don Jr. And Eric Trump particularly. I didn't know that Don Jr. is a paid advisor for Polymarket, but yeah, if that's the case, that's fucking obvious, right? After Venezuela, when Trump said it's about the oil, they don't even need to manufacture consent anymore. Exactly, yeah. Or for the Greater Israel Plan, this is why USA would never attack Russia or Kim Jong-un, because they got fucking nukes. Yeah, Iran is a nation that they think that they can bully. And Israel and Miriam Adelson greased the wheels a little bit with a $200 million, two $200 million donations to his campaign in order to make him listen to Israel more. And then in a meeting with security chiefs, he was like, you know, Israel has given us this plan about how easy it's going to be. But I don't think that he just did it because of Israel. I've said this many times. It's pretty obvious that he didn't do it just because of Israel. He knew that he could make a lot of money, and Israel were just they just gave the domino a little nudge and be like, it's going to be really easy. It's going to be really easy to take out the IRGC and yada, yada, yada. We're going to hit him here, and here. And even top military advisors were saying to Trump, listen, man, these guys always exaggerate this stuff. We shouldn't take any notice. And the guy was like, I love money too much. We're going to do it. I think we got to do it.
But so the file is in his hand.
Yeah, exactly, Cass. Yeah.
Given to him by the Supreme
and Trump has been obsessed with Iran since 1979. Yes.
Council.
Iran will still win. I do believe this as well.
Because when the Supreme...
My dad has always considered himself not radical, but the events of the last few years have shifted how he talks about politics. He says things that are anti-capitalist and anti-imperialist all the time. I had to tell him, you might not consider yourself radical, but the state will. Yes, absolutely. This is the thing, you know, even when people, this is why, you know, chat, this is why I'm saying, even people who consider themselves to be apolitical, or they might call themselves liberal, and they might engage in liberal democracy and liberal bourgeois electoral politics, but it is worth having conversations with people, because eventually something makes these people tip one way or the other. The thing about liberalism is that it can, you know, when people say, oh, don't engage with liberals because they're just fascists in disguise, they're only fascists when the situation demands that they be fascist. And that is when the center collapses, right? And it's when they make a choice and they either choose to be left or right. They choose to be socialist or they choose to be barbarist. And it's whatever their, you know, material conditions informs them is the right choice. But you can have a bit of an influence in that, you know? It's going to be a new-ass failure like Afghanistan for 20 years. I mean, I don't think it's going to last 20 years. I don't think it's going to last that long at all. I think it's going to be a bit, you know. Anyway.
National Security Council makes a decision, it also has to get the approval of the leader. So if the Supreme National Security
he'll get kicked out way faster than that. They will.
The leader does not approve, it goes back to the council to be revised.
Max 5 years. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, it could even be less.
It's very clear. The file is in his hand. Now, what the Iranian Navy, whether it's the regular Navy or the IRGC Navy, the IRGC Navy works in the Persian Gulf, and the regular Navy.
Yes, that's right. By any means necessary. Yeah.
Ocean. Whatever the IRGC does in the Persian Gulf, it is with the authority of the armed forces and the Supreme National Security Council. So nothing is no policy is pursued without the consent of the council and the state. So it's very, so this sort of debate really doesn't make much sense. I feel that it came this notion of divisions in Iran came after a tweet that the Iranian foreign minister made when Netanyahu finally was forced to accept the ceasefire. Mr. Arakchi, the foreign minister, tweeted that the Strait of Hormuz is now open. And some people in Iran misunderstood him, thinking that Iran is relinquishing control of the Strait of Hormuz. That's not what he wrote. Maybe he could have rephrased it in a different way, but that's not what he said. He was basically saying it's open, but there will be a certain mechanism through which ships can go through the strait. And then what happened was that afterwards, Trump said, well, the Strait of Hormuz is open now, but we're not removing our siege. And after that, Iran reversed its decision. So it wasn't because there was there were differences in Tehran, where the foreign minister declared one thing and then the state reversed that decision later. No, it was the state authorized the opening of the Strait of Hormuz under certain conditions because the Israeli regime was finally forced to accept the ceasefire. But since Trump refused to end the siege, which was a violation of the ceasefire, they said, okay, since he's not going to remove the siege, then we are going to continue keeping the Strait of Hormuz like it was before. So the decision was reversed.
And all of us can see that, right? All of us were thinking about this in terms of how Mohammed Morandi is presenting it. It's like, right, okay, so, he said that the Strait of Hormuz was going to be open. Iran has agreed the strait will be open. They'll never close it again. Yeah. And then we hear that the US naval blockade is going to continue. And it's like, well, how is the strait open if it's being blockaded? Right? And then we find out that actually Iran are going to continue to close off the Strait of Hormuz. So it is entirely obvious as to what has happened here. Iran does not like the fact that the US is continuing to blockade the strait because that's a violation of the ceasefire. It's so obvious. All of us could see this happening. All of us could see it fucking happening, Yeah, no, I don't think that, Osama bin Laden was an official CIA agent. Like, I think the way that you're talking about 9/11 is a bit reductive, Chronix, because he wasn't a random ass guy. First of all, he wasn't a random ass guy. Second of all, he didn't hijack a plane. Multiple people who were part of Al Qaeda hijacked multiple planes because they trained to learn how to fly planes. The correct way to understand it is that the USA and the USA's imperialism and meddling in the region allowed for the creation of groups like, Al-Qaeda, the Taliban, etc. Yeah, 9/11 wasn't Mossad. This is the key thing. This is the key thing I'm worried about people saying. This is the key thing I'm worried about people saying. It's one thing saying that Osama bin Laden was CIA, like, sure, whatever. I understand why people might think that, but, it's when you go down that extra bit because, yeah, he didn't fly the plane himself. He was just the front face of the movement. Exactly, Yui, yeah. Yes, it was a consequence of policy, not conspiracy,
Because of Trump, and it had nothing to do with the foreign minister making some sort of decision on his own and that being reversed. No, what the foreign minister said was authorized, and the decision to reverse that had nothing to do with the foreign minister. It had to do with Trump.
And there was one other thing that was been repeated quite a bit on Western media as another example, is that there was a release of a tape by an IRGC Navy officer speaking in English over the radio and said, "We are the ones that decide when this strait is open up, not some idiot with a tweet." And everybody assumed that that meant Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. And they said, see, they're even dogging their own guy in front of everybody. What do you say to that?
No, that was a response to Donald Trump's tweet, which he said the strait. I think he went and said,
Of course, they don't call Donald Trump's truths, right? They call Donald Trump's truths tweets. Because why would they call it a truth? It's ridiculous that we're calling these things truths. He truthed it. We're not going to, sure, they could have said post, but like, Truth Social is essentially Twitter, right? You know what I mean?
the Strait of Hormuz is now open and it will never be closed again. Something like that. But he then added that either in that tweet or around that time, he said that
nobody calls it a truth.
The siege. So this was a response to Donald Trump. It had nothing to do with the foreign minister. And no one in the armed forces is going to make such a statement about the foreign minister. But,
Netanyahu talked about 9/11. Oh, well, there you go. That's all the proof you need, isn't it?
That's how it works.
There you go, chat. Netanyahu spoke about 9/11. There you go. That's how you know that actually it was Mossad that did 9/11. That's the proof. That's the definitive proof. Yeah. Famously, no one else spoke about 9/11. Famously, it was only Netanyahu who said anything about 9/11. No one else spoke about it. No one else said anything about it ever.
In the Western media, they create this narrative, and then they're constantly finding bits and pieces to put in there to make their narrative make sense. But this was a direct response to Donald Trump's tweet saying that the Strait of Hormuz is now open.
This is so true,
never be
HBB.
closed again, or the Iranians promised never to close it again. I'm not quite sure what it was. You may have the tweet.
Yes. In fact, that's actually something I also wanted to ask you about. He said that the Iranians promised me that they would never again.
You never hear about 9/11. It's a real indie production.
That they would give us let us walk in and take.
Oh, that's so good.
This material, and that they would
that's
stop
so good.
Having association with their proxies. He said the Iranian side promised him all of those things.
Yeah. So. That's that naval officer. That text, obviously, naval officer was obviously.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear it, Yui.
To Trump's claim.
So then the question comes in: if there's no dispute between, then one wonders what is the purpose? Why would the United States be trying to sell this when it really, obviously, it's not going to have any impact on the Iranians?
Benjamin Netanyahu predicted 9/11 in 1995.
I was getting this question in the 1990s, and I said that the West really doesn't understand militant Islam. So I wrote a book in 1995, and I said that if the West doesn't wake up to the suicidal nature of militant Islam, the next thing you'll see is the militant Islam is bringing down the World Trade Center.
Wow, that's so crazy, dude. That's so crazy that someone would say the imperialist blowback, which is an entirely predictable scenario, could result in a center of finance and literally like the heart of global capitalism could get targeted. It could get targeted. And yes, what also happened? In 1993. Oh, wow. The World Trade Center was bombed. Wow, that's so crazy. That's so crazy that it had already been targeted 2 years before his book. Do you have any idea how stupid you look when you say Benjamin Netanyahu is correct? Do you have any idea how stupid you sound when you say that anything a Zionist says is correct? Stop! I need you to stop! It's really pissing me off! You do not, under any circumstances, have to hand it to them. You don't! Do not give them what they want, which is an air of legitimacy and power. When they say things like, we control the United States, and you repeat it, you are doing them a favor! Holy shit! 2 streams in a row! Or was it Monday? I can't remember. Please stop this! Please! Fuck me, man!
They know who's in charge and they know how their system works. But then we have this other conversation here, and you can see this one from another Fox News person who said, yeah, there is a big issue of division.
I do think there's a real factional division, and that the RGC dominated leadership right now believes that time is on their side. They think they can absorb the costs better than we can absorb the costs. And at this point, they feel if they hold out, they will have to give up less in these negotiations. So I think at this point, it's a test of us. The right answer to that test is to preserve the blockade. The blockade is an answer to what they're doing in terms of trying to exert their leverage over the Strait of Hormuz. Let's not underestimate the impact of a leadership dominated by those who are really ideological and who think that any concession at this point actually detracts from that ideology and reduces the following they have among those who are also the most ideologically committed.
Now, some of the things she said in there actually are plausible, and the least of which is that it's a test of wills. I think that's pretty clear. But he says the solution to that is to maintain the blockade, and then somehow that's going to force Iran to capitulate. So I got 2 questions for you on that.
Hey, Suzy. Hey, Loki.
Will a continued blockade be able to hold or make Iran capitulate, to give in on the terms that they've said that they want? And then number 2, how long do you think that Iran could go if the blockade stays in and still remain viable?
Right. Well, first I'd like to, if it's okay, to address what he was saying about the guards.
Hey, Network.
Guards don't make the decisions. The guards have members in the Supreme National Security Council, but the leadership of the guards are chosen by the leader. So whether it's the regular army or the guards, they both have a presence in the Supreme National Security Council. The president has a presence. Members of his cabinet have a presence, and the leader has 2 representatives. So this is constitutional, and so you have different branches of government in the state that are present in the Supreme National Security Council. So to say that it's the guards doesn't mean anything. It's like saying the U.S. Army or the Marines, they believe that we should maintain the siege on the Persian Gulf. It has nothing to do with the U.S. Marines. The decision is made in the White House.
Yeah, this is why it's so important to actually challenge the propagandized elements of our thinking in terms of what we hear, right? When the Western media is reporting on something, what are the sources? Where are they getting it from? You know, who are they quoting? And the people that they're quoting, who are those people? Are those people reliable? Are they reliable narrators? Are they biased? What are their biases? You know, and again, really important to remember that, yes, Mohammed Morandi is also going to be biased, right? He's biased towards Iran. He's biased towards the Iranian government. He supports the Iranian government. It benefits him. He likes it, etc. Right? And you know what? Personally, from having heard him speak, I think that there are probably elements of it that he would prefer were better, right? But that's by the by. That's just my speculation and opinion. I think, in fact, it is completely fair to say there is no reason as to why Mohamed Morandi would get anything out of saying, hey, listen, when Western media says the IRGC makes decisions, it's wrong. What would he get out of that? Like, what he's trying to say that, Iran hasn't had its leadership destroyed. We don't need to just simply believe Mohamed Morandi. We can find this out for ourselves. Because we can look and we can see which members of the government are still around. We can see, in fact, that Masoud Pezeshkian, the president, is alive and he's doing his job. We can see that the Speaker of the Parliament is doing his job. We can see that, what's his face? Not Larijani, Abbas Arakchi is doing his job. We can also see that military commanders at the high levels of military command are doing their job. This is the reality, right? We can see this stuff. And he's confirming what we can see with our eyes, you know? And so this is how you line stuff up and you go, right, okay, this guy sounds like a reliable narrator because he's confirming things that I can see with my eyes, right? And not our biases. Because in fact, even I am biased subconsciously towards imperialist narratives. You know, all of us are. None of us are immune to propaganda. Not one of us, right? Propaganda is a thing that works. It's why governments do it.
And, the same is...
Subordinate organizations disagree with decision makers in the US all the time, yes.
I think it is a part of that sort of...
Good shout, RTE.
That Orientalist narrative that, this is... that non-Western countries are not sophisticated.
Except for me. Network, thank you for the £1.
Fact that the leader...
Chat, we need £15. We need £14 now in order to unlock the Melpert camp. He's down there.
My old chum.
He's down there. He's literally down there. He's right next to me. All I've got to do is get £14 donated, and then we'll turn on the cat cam. And thank you very much for the follows, by the way. Had a bunch of follows today.
Was martyred on day one, and so many commanders were killed, but the state functioned, and people went to the streets, and for a full week, we didn't have...
Thank you for supporting the stream network. Thank you for subbing off Twitch.
Were functioning, the bureaucracy was functioning. So it shows that the state is very sophisticated. In this case, the decision is not made by the guards or the army or the president or no individual. It is the council that decides. The council may give someone a file. Like right now, Dr. Ghalibaf, he is in charge of...
The propaganda won't get me if I just believe everything Mule says unquestioningly. You don't have to believe everything I say unquestioningly, except for question the source of information and do critical thinking and make sure you even challenge information that you hear me say. Krill with the 420, let's go! Don't suck too hard on the joint, otherwise you'll choke on the roach.
Meep meep.
I still love that fucking clip, man. It's so funny. Thank you so much, Krill, for the £4.20. Thank you for subbing off Twitch, support the stream. That means that we now need another £10 or £9.80 in order to unlock Melpo Cam. So there you go. That's what you got to do. Hit the tip link in the chat in order to do so. If I can spell it right, there you go. There it is.
His authority is given to him by the
Hey, Morgana.
himself. Now,
do we know why he did that sound? Is it some kind of British thing that we don't know about? He just fell over his words, Adric. That's all it is. Keir Starmer's a horrible racist piece of shit, and a black woman that he kicked out of the party for saying true and correct things about racism asked him a simple question about why he didn't question anything about Mandelson's appointment. And what he normally does when he's answering a question in the Commons is before he says something, he says, "Mr. Speaker, let me be clear." Right? That's what he says. But because he was frightened that Diane Abbott dared to ask him a very simple question, which should have a very simple answer, he said, "My father was a tool maker."
with regards to the siege, I think that the Iranians feel that they will definitely outlast the Americans because the siege is working both ways. On the one hand, they're preventing goods from coming into Iran, food, grain, and medicine or supplies for factories.
This is also a really important thing to remember. Like, when Americans are sat there and they're talking about gas prices and they're talking about suffering, and shit like that, instead of the actual consequences of US sanctions and imperialist sanctions on Iran for like the last 49 years. Like, think about the economic conditions in Iran. Like, the economic conditions in Iran bad, are they? You think that the government should improve the economic conditions of the people in Iran, do you? Right, well, tell your own fucking government, because our governments are completely responsible for any kind of fucking suffering that is happening in Iran regarding the economic situation. So we have economically strangled them for the last 49 years. So in terms of what kind of suffering we might have to deal with, damn, sounds like we might have to suffer with a fraction of what the Iranian people have suffered from over the last 49 years, right? When I am and I'm going to remind everybody now that there's a lot of people here, I will say there are going to be food shortages in the UK. I'm not saying that everybody should go out immediately and start panic buying. I would say that now is the time, when you do your weekly shop, just pick up an extra bag of rice, an extra bag of lentils, can of beans. Even if you don't need it, just pick it up, right? And also think about getting some aspirin. So like Anodin. Anodin's an over-the-counter aspirin that you can get. It's affordable. I believe there's also Aldi own brands aspirin that you can get as well. I don't know if that's true, but someone said it to me the other day. Get some paracetamol, ibuprofen, stuff like that. Just buy one each time you go, right? That's not to stockpile for yourself. That's in case someone in your community needs it, right? Aspirin can help people who have heart problems if they run out of things like blood thinners, yeah? If someone's had a stroke or something like that, aspirin's better than nothing. So, important to remember. You can also plant organic grocery store beans from a bag. Yes, have a look into growing food as well. Possible to grow food if you have any kind of if you've got the dough, think about donating bulk staples to food banks. That's a great shout, Sorka. If there's any sort of like spaces in your local area where you think there's not really anything there and it looks a bit shit, maybe we can, put a bed, you know what I mean? Like a raised bed there and just start growing some taters, That's something you can do as well. So just something to think about, chat.
And of course, they're preventing exports.
Fresh veg was short today, yeah.
So that they can so that they can purchase those supplies for medicines and food and so on. But on the other hand, the oil and LNG and helium the fertilizers that are produced by the countries that
Hey, Morrigan.
Facilitated the U.S.
No, don't do that.
Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, the Emirates, Bahrain, and Qatar. Iran continues to halt their exports because Iran sees them as hostile entities. Iran was going to allow them to export in accordance with the ceasefire deal, but since Trump decided to impose and keep his siege in place, Iran said, well, we'll do the same. So the global crisis is growing by the moment. The ceasefire was a couple of weeks ago. We were supposed to have the Strait of Hormuz open back then for 10.
Oh no, that's a key distinction. Don't grow stuff in random patches of dirt, because if you live in an urban center, you may live in an ex-industrial site. There may have been chemical contamination in the ground. Buy a raised bed, buy your own compost, or make your own compost in a worm bin. Yeah, don't just plant plants in. You see a lot of articles saying there's plants you can plant in cracks in the road. That's nuts. Yeah, you don't want fucking lead poisoning. You don't want chemical contamination in your fucking plants and shit. That's so mad.
Netanyahu didn't let it happen, and now Trump is preventing it from happening. And this crisis is going to continue to grow and grow. And what we're seeing today is the tip of an iceberg.
Sophie from Mars does have a video about growing mushrooms in the UK indoors. Head over to YouTube and check out Sophie's video. The world is not ending.
Crisis is much bigger, than what we're actually seeing. And it's going to get much worse in the coming days and weeks. So I think the Iranians believe that they can easily outlast the Americans, especially because this is a war for survival for Iran. For the Americans, it's a war of choice. And when that pundit spoke of ideological, I mean, I think that the ideology that's behind this war is Zionism. So there's, I think that's about as ideological as things get.
I mean, the one point of criticism that I will give Morandi here, and this is him trying to do diplomacy, and obviously, I did do a big rant earlier at a chatter who was, implying that Netanyahu said that 9/11 was going to happen, and that means that Mossad did 9/11 or whatever, right? I would like to criticize Morandi here for furthering those kinds of attitudes, right? I do think it's irresponsible, and I do think that people in Iran focusing on, talking about how it's Israel first, not America first, is definitely irresponsible, because it does lead to those kinds of talking points, right? So that is a point of criticism that I will give here. If people in the USA were smart enough, and not just the USA, but the Imperial Core, if they were smart enough to understand that Zionism is not just an Israeli ideology, it's also something that was intrinsically Christian in the genocide of Native Americans, right? This is something that Rowie taught me. The puritanical Protestant idea of a land for people without a land. It was all kind of like in its primordial form during the genocide of Native Americans, right? And I think Soph has spoken to me a bit about this as well, like the American Zionism and Christian Zionism. It's like this, right? So I don't know if Morandi is just being flippant here in not clarifying what this means, or he's doing propaganda to just make it very easy for the American people to understand that this is not a war that benefits them, it's a war that benefits Israel. But he should also be including as well the fact that it is a war for capitalism, because Trump is making a lot of money on the stock market, right? He's making a lot of money, probably for his kids, probably for his fucking mates. That part needs to be specified as well. So, very important. Would he get in trouble from the Iranian government for saying capitalism? Maybe. They're not a fan of communists. I imagine if you start talking about capitalism broadly in Iran, you could get in trouble for it. So that could be it. Don't know. But it is what it is. So just, my commentary on top there.
How long? Because you mentioned some pretty important stuff. It's not just that Iran's not getting any money because
Zionism is what they mean when they say Judeo-Christian values. Yes, correct. Yes.
Receiving important foodstuffs and other things. Now, I guess you can still get
Sorka with the clip leader badge. That was a popular clip.
Overland through some of your other borders.
Thank you.
But how long might it get before it gets to like some really critical situation for the population of Iran?
I don't think it's going to be a big problem anytime soon. I'm sure there'll be lots of hiccups, but we have to keep in mind a number of things. One is that we have the Pakistani border, we have the Afghanistan border, which links us to China. We have Turkmenistan, which links us to Central Asia, Russia, and China. The Caspian Sea that you rightly mentioned, which links us to Russia, Kazakhstan, and Kazakhstan. Then we have Azerbaijan and Armenia, Turkey, and Iraq. So we have many countries that border us. On the other hand, the Iranians have been making a lot of money during the past 3-4 months, ever since the U.S. began the buildup in the Persian Gulf region or the region in general. The price of oil and other such products have been going up. And during the war and during the first 10 days of or 8, 9, 10 days of the ceasefire, the Iranians were selling their oil at huge quantities and at a very high price. And also Iran had a lot of oil on the sea that it has sold because with difficulties in selling oil, they had a lot of tankers full of oil, and a lot of that has been sold. So Iran has earned more money in the last 3 months.
Any thoughts on Turkmenistan's government? That is a very irrelevant question. But I actually watched an interesting documentary about Turkmenistan during the Gooch of the Year. And I talked about it very briefly on stream in January after I watched it. Turkmenistan definitely is a bit of an autocracy. So, you know, it's, I mean, it might as well be a monarchy at this point. It seems that people are, you know, ascendant to power if they are related to the current people in power. And yeah, that's it basically. Susie, thank you so much for subscribing. Appreciate you. Thank you for the 6 months.
I love the stream. djmuel Melp.
Exactly. Enjoy your ride viewing and your emotes. Yeah, Turkmenistan is it's very interesting. I mean, I would argue that there is the same kind of propagandized nonsense that you'll hear about countries like Iran, where they'll say things like people in Turkmenistan don't have access to the internet. Completely ridiculous, right? Completely ridiculous. It's just not true. You know, there are like people in Turkmenistan who are, you know, content creators. You can see them on TikTok and shit like that. Yeah, there's definitely an authoritarian nature to the country of Turkmenistan, but I think that the issue is, again, like, you know, any problems that you have with whatever's going on in Turkmenistan is you are talking about a country that was ravaged by the fall of the USSR. You know, it's been completely abused by Western powers as well. You know, imperialism, capitalist hegemony. This is the result of a global hegemony like capitalism, right?
And they probably earned in the last couple of years. And one other point is that Iran is also, it has a long history of sanctions. During the first Trump years, when he imposed reimposed Obama's maximum pressure sanctions, Iran literally for 2-3 years was exporting almost no oil, very little oil. So Iran is a country that is used to sanctions. It's used to these difficulties. It can manage. But the global economy, which is facing this unprecedented
Thanks for the follow.
crisis, won't be able to cope.
Sorry about that. So then the question is going to be, if Iran can sustain itself through that period of time, then you just painted out a number of reasons why they would be able to, not the least of which is because they have a history of being able to suffer, in part because of the sanctions we put on them. The question is, what about on the other side? Now, there is some information out on CBS News today that says, by the way, Iran's military is more capable than Trump administration is publicly acknowledging.
That's fascinating that this is on CBS. How did Barry Weiss allow this to get through?
Says the
that's fascinating.
Iran maintains.
Wait, hang on. When was this published? Oh, yeah, 2026.
Trump administration
literally today.
Publicly acknowledging. Says the Islamic Republic of Iran maintains more military capabilities than the White House and the Pentagon has admitted. About, this is what it says, about half of Iran's stockpiles of ballistic missiles and its associated launch systems were still intact as of the start of the ceasefire, roughly 60.
And I think it's probably going to be a bit more than that. You know what I mean?
This is one of the more important things. President Trump commonly says that the entire Iranian Navy has been destroyed, but they say roughly 60% of the naval arms is still in existence. And then you go on to Iranian air power. That's been significantly degraded, but it's the missiles that really count the most.
Look at this fucking advert that Daniel Davis has got on this CBS article. Most people don't use this tip for mice in spring, but it works like magic. And it's like a little picture of a mouse on, like, what is that? A bowl of rice? Or is it a bowl of Epsom salts? Because there's like something in the background that looks like it says Epsom. Is it Epsom salts? Something out of the old Reader's Digest my grandma would have on the table. Yeah, it's so funny. You can just tell he's like 50, 60 years old.
And so if you take a look and you say, okay, well, Iran has the ability to sustain itself for a long time.
He's an ethical streamer. He doesn't use ad blocker. He doesn't skip promotional segments of videos.
Its military is still quite robust after nearly 40 days of substantial bombardment. And then
mice hate this one trick.
Side, this is on CNN. Through that first 40 days, we used approximately 45.
It's a cocaine mouse. Yeah, exactly. It's Epsom salts, right? Okay.
Global inventories are gone.
Targeted mice ads, exactly.
Half of the Patriot missiles and 30% of the cruise missiles. And one would have to reasonably ask, who can sustain
mouse
this longer? If this war goes back into a hot zone, how much longer could the Iranian side sustain their side of the military equation?
Well, this is something that at the beginning of the war I said, and I also said it before the war, that the Iranians are definitely going to outlast the Americans. First of all, Iranian missile and drones, that far more than 60% are intact. Most of the Iranian underground bases have not even been opened yet. They haven't been used. Iran has been using certain bases because they're known, and they don't want the other bases to be for the Americans to know exactly where they are and how large they are and how they can bring out the missiles and so on. So they're constantly, the Iranians are using a series of underground bases, and that has been going on. Now, right before the ceasefire, they decided to open 4 more underground bases, but I'm not sure they even used them because then we had the ceasefire. Iran's factories that produce missiles are all underground. The factories that produce drones are all underground. They're producing missiles and drones as we speak. So the Americans have, they never were able to destroy any of the bases, nor the missile production facilities, nor the drone production facilities. In addition to that, they haven't touched the Iranian key naval assets either, because they're all speedboats that carry missiles, and they are all in tunnels underground. The same is true with Iran's key air defenses. They're all underground. And Iran's Air Force, all of its advanced jets are in underground installations. So Iran has been digging tunnels for decades now because it knows that the United States has much greater firepower, and the best way to protect their assets is through these tunnels. And I would also add that in addition to all these tunnels, the Iranians, between the two wars...
Yeah, there are so many mountains by the shore they could just put speedboats in, exactly.
Of decoys from China, and they produce some themselves. So many of those launchers and those anti-missile systems and or anti-aircraft systems and helicopters and planes that were destroyed were decoys that are very advanced. They give off heat, and they're quite extraordinary, the things that the Chinese have made. So I think
quite extraordinary the things the Chinese have made. Damn, dude, that's crazy. It's almost like China has been trading, with Iran for decades and has supplied them with enhanced military capabilities that the West was just not prepared for, and in fact didn't do any actual intelligence to see if that was happening. And now at this late point in the game, right, Trump is sat there going, if China dares to send Iran any weapons, we'll be hitting them with tariffs. It's like, what do you mean? It's already happened, bro.
Also, this is Iran. It's everything is produced inside the country. the United States
Literally tricked by paint on the ground. It's so funny. They make it for a fraction of the cost as well. Yep.
Many of the ammunition that they need, but they have to bring it from all the way from the United States or from the Pacific. For Iran, it's all done locally. Iran's military industry is, in a sense, it's not dissimilar to Russia. It's centrally controlled. It's owned by the state. It's owned, therefore, by those very same people who need
1600% tariffs.
So it's not there to make money. It's there to produce what's needed. And therefore, they are much more swift in production, in producing the goods that are needed. It's not like in the United States where the private sector builds all these very expensive systems and they're few in number.
Chat, do you remember what I was saying about the capitalist mode of production? Right? The capitalist mode of production does not allow for enhanced production or increased production. It doesn't allow for it because it's all based around profit, right? It's all based around profit. Now, is fucking Iran communist? No, we've discussed this. But do they understand the necessity of the state controlling parts of production that benefit the state in order to keep costs down? Yes, of course they do. It is a very simple understanding of modes of production. What's that, Raytheon? You want to charge $2 billion per, rocket? Yeah. Great. We'll just make our own for 25 grand. Sophie says the US government can just order more missiles, surely. They can order as many things as they like. Do Raytheon and Lockheed Martin have the supply chain and the production capability to make those missiles? No, they don't. Because their production is not based around increased production for the necessity of defending sovereign land. It's for making profit. And they've also got no reason to increase their capacity. Why would they increase their own costs, their own running costs, in order to, what? Make up for Donald Trump's massive mistakes of sending his very expensive rockets to Iran and not have any effect whatsoever? Sounds like a you problem, bro.
And they run out quickly, and it takes years to rebuild them or to make replacements.
Yeah.
In the case of Iran, it's a very swift. The missile factory.
Raytheon is a chatter. Raytheon is a chatter in my stream.
Swiftly, because again,
that's who I was referring to just then.
It's state-owned. The state, when they need something, the production line is active. If they don't argue about profits or about shareholders or anything like that, and it makes it in time of war.
Raytheon are famously sponsoring the djmuel stream.
Well, then, if one examines and takes it at the face value that the Iranian side has a leadership, they have a hierarchy, and so just forget about this nonsense about somehow there's this division that's going to cause it to fall apart, which never made sense anyway. It's not like we don't have disagreements all the time inside of the White House. That's legend here in the United States. It's normal. So forget that part. So if people think that Iran's going to fall apart from internal division, that's nonsense. Then we look at the physical realities on the ground. You just talked about a lot of them. Gary was showing some of the video of the underground facilities. Many of you say hasn't even been used. Those that have been used have been attacked many times, but they haven't been able to be knocked out. And the production continues on. And then on our side, you see that our weapon systems and our ammunition are running low because we can't turn things around very quickly. And so we haven't been able to bring Iran to heel after 40 days. Therefore, one would say, where does that leave us right now?
Yes, you're right. Really, G Nerfdy. Yes, they didn't only order more missiles, they also ordered, to either Lockheed Martin or Raytheon or both to build more factories. Yeah, that's an absolutely fascinating part of this. And, you know, this happened like fucking 3 or 4 weeks ago. You know, I reported on this on the stream. It's like, what the fuck does he expect? Raytheon with the £3 donation. Thank you so much. As you know, the DJ Mule stream is sponsored. No, Johnny, no! Johnny, thank you for gifting a sub to Raytheon Official. Is that true? Is that real? Is that real? Is that an official account? No, it can't be, bro. It can't be. No, it's no. It's a joke account. It's a joke account. Okay. I was gonna say, what the fuck, bro? That's crazy. Raymond Theon. What I will say is, Raytheon, I can't believe you're holding out on me £3 from one of the most profitable companies in the world. The profit margins. I know a Lockheed official from Maple Streams. Yeah, there you go. They better come in and say thanks for the gifty. Welcome to the community, Comrade Raytheon.
Now, President Trump, I don't think anyone could deny.
Thanks for the gifted sub, Johnny. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you for the £3.
Starting a war after this.
How long up are we? How long ago are we? Don't you dare clip that. If that's a joke, it bombed. Oh! Good one. How far away are we? We're £15, 20, and then £3, so that's £18. Chat, we need another £7. How long ago are we? I mean, how far away are we, is what I meant. This is why you shouldn't just uncritically listen to me, because I say things like, how long ago are we, when referring to the CatCam dono goal unlock amount. How far away are we from unlocking the CatCam? We need £7 in order to unlock CatCam, chat. Just £7, and we'll have Melpit for the rest of the stream. You know how it is. You know what to do. There you go. About 3 hours. There you go. Thanks very much.
The ceasefire period came to an end, and the Iranian side definitely...
Yeah, exactly, Johnny. You ever had a dream?
Here's just a few of the comments by some of the Iranian leaders around this time.
And
this fellow here says, I think he's...
how long have we done it? How have we done it?
He says the enemy is not in a position to determine the timing for us, although we have not left the table of diplomacy given the enemy's repeated deceit and trickery. All our focus is on the battlefield against the enemy. So we have to keep vigilant eyes watching both the front lines and the rear. The hands of our fighters are on the trigger. So whether it's going to the war is going to be returned. You see, Bagai, here's the foreign minister spokesman.
Just one thing. This is not a member of the IRGC. He is the head of the judiciary. I mean,
This is another important thing, right? It's like, you can't just sit there and be like, oh, this guy's a member of the IRGC, and he's like clearly a cleric, right? And I'm not saying that there's no religious people in the military, but when you have an official headdress like this, right? I don't know what this is called, whether it's referred to as a turban or whatever. I wouldn't want to get this wrong, but you know, the headpiece here, it signifies like a certain kind of theocratic office, right? And to be sat there going like, yeah, man, this guy's in the army, is just like, what do you mean, man? People in the army wear the fucking army baseball caps and shit. They wear the fatigues. Come on, it's just like basic stuff. The reason why people see a guy like this, think about it, chat, it's dead simple. It's dead simple to understand this from a point of racism, yeah? You see a brown guy with a beard in a turban, Why do people associate that with the military? First person to get it in chat wins absolutely nothing. Pounds. Why do people think that? Why do people think turban, beard, brown, guns? It is racism, but what particularly? Team America World Police? Yeah, you're close. Because it is racism. That's what I'm saying. It is racism. But like, what particular Islamophobia? That's right. Because who had a gun? And Afghanistan, ISIS. Yes, correct. There you go. That's what I'm looking for. Osama bin Laden. There you go. Exactly. Yeah. 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 Disney's Aladdin, 9/11, all that stuff. Spot on. Yeah. And that's how you try and cut through the propaganda, you know? And of course, this is Twitter, right? So, you know, but I don't know who this ISNA Farsi is, you know? But maybe they are like a particular, you know, Western group that have, you know, a Farsi division that speak Farsi or whatever, you know, shit like that. I don't know. But, you know, again, it is just literally like, that's why people are so ready to be like, yeah, man, this guy's in the army. Racism. The Islamophobia that is perpetuated, sorry, not perpetuated, I don't think perpetuated is the right word, but permeated imperialist propaganda for 30 years, 40 years at this point.
I can't see very well. Sorry, my glasses are, my eyesight isn't very good. But if I'm not mistaken, that is the head of the judiciary, the head of the three branches of government, the president, the head of the
Hey, Audrey, welcome in.
And the Speaker of Parliament are all members of the Supreme National Security.
It's inescapably racist, yes.
Of course,
but it's important that we name the racism, right? It's important that we specify it. Like, right, you know, like it's why it's important that we specify instances of anti-black racism. It's why it's important that we specify instances of Islamophobic racism. Because, you know, racism is unfortunately a many-layered cudgel, you know, where it's important to define this stuff, you know what I mean?
The president, President Pezeshkian, is the head of the Supreme National Security Council. Then there's a chair of the Supreme National Security Council, who's also very important because he...
In 2008, I used to hear people say Obama's real name was Obama bin Laden Nexud Hussein. Yes, that's right. People used to say that all the time. It's mad.
With day-to-day affairs. After Dr. Larijani was martyred during the war, another person has taken over his position, and he is the chair. So he is the head of the judiciary. The reason why he's making such statements is because he is a member of the Supreme National Security Council.
Got it. Okay, that makes more sense.
I was gonna say I never heard the Nexud part. I never heard the Nexud part, but I did hear the Hussein part. Yeah, because Hussein. Yeah.
Foreign Ministry spokesman on the possibility of another round of negotiation with America.
I used to see all kinds of mad denominations, like just, you know, Obama and then multiple Muslim names. It's just mad. It's so mad.
He says
Barack Obama, multiple Muslim names, Barack, multiple Muslim names, Obama.
That the necessary and logical grounds are in place to use this.
Yeah, that's why Trump loves to say Barack Hussein Obama. Yeah,
will not be thwarted by the enemies from achieving their nefarious goals. We will take action. This comment here, I think, is even more to the point.
Hey, Barack, what's up?
I'd really like you to talk about this one. He says that this Iranian diplomat says, we will not return to negotiations without the lifting of the U.S. siege. We will not negotiate under threat. Communication with Pakistan intermediaries is underway and implementing Iran's conditions. We will not go to Islamabad.
Yeah, your ears were burning.
Listed. Is that just a forward coming statement just to make people think that stuff, or does he really mean that Iran, until the blockade is dropped by the United States, Iran won't even have negotiations?
No, Iran won't negotiate because that's exactly what happened during the last few days. The Iranians told the Americans through the Pakistanis that the siege on Iranian ports is a violation of the ceasefire. And as long as the ceasefire is
Thank you for the clip,
violated,
Brody.
then we cannot go any further, because if the United States has certain commitments.
Hey, Oxpecker, I heard at work he has secret arm blades and used to be white. Oh my god.
It will not carry out under a current
No, it's a bit ridiculous that happens, though, Brody, to be fair. Don't worry about it. It's fine. We still got the link.
agreements, because the United States won't carry out those commitments either. So the only way for the Iranians to be able to that's exactly what happened with the ceasefire in Lebanon. The Iranians said, we're not going to allow those extra ships that belong to those countries that have been hostile towards us, those Arab countries that helped the Americans bomb Iran. They said they were supposed to allow more after the ceasefire, to allow ships from those countries to exit the Persian Gulf through the Strait of Hormuz. And then when Netanyahu started carpet bombing Lebanon and slaughtering people, within like a few minutes, he killed.
Was there a meow? Did I just hear a meow? One of these motherfuckers has a cat. I reckon it's Mirandi.
Hundreds of people.
Because I think Daniel Davis has spoken about having dogs before. Could have been a dog. Could have been a dog, to be fair, doing a little bit of a whine.
He did that to crash the ceasefire. And then you
Cat
recall
detected.
that the Pakistani prime minister.
Yeah, it could have been a dog howl from Daniel Davis, yeah.
Lebanon is included. Ultimately, Trump came and said it's not included. But
Cat
Iran
dog situation detected, exactly.
included. We will not allow those extra ships to go until the ceasefire in Lebanon is implemented. So this is the same thing here. In that case, ultimately,
he kind of looks like Curtis Sleemer, so he might have 1,000 cats. Yeah, he might.
Forced to accept. Iran was about to let those ships go through. Then Trump said, "I'm not going."
That was actually just you. Yeah, fair enough. Network
open now, but I'm not going to end the siege. And then Iran reversed that decision. So Iran was, and this was, if many people say Trump is seeking an off ramp, that was the ideal moment for him to use as an off ramp.
This is a key bit, chat.
Now, after the ceasefire in Lebanon, we're going to allow these ships to go out. Trump could have said, "Okay, I'll lift the siege, and progress is made. The Iranians have opened the Strait of Hormuz," and say that he can say the Trumpian things. They capitulated. I won. Whatever. But that could have been the off ramp. But he did the exact opposite, and that is that he escalated, and we are now where we are.
Now, I want you mentioned
it's very unlikely that there is going to be an off ramp to this. And I'll hold my hands up. I'll always hold my hands up when I say that I'm wrong. There's not been a ground invasion yet. Maybe the ground invasion is going to be something that waits until there are enough troops in the region in order to do it. I think I remember reading somewhere that the United States has 2 million or 3 million military personnel. Hang on a minute. United States Army size. Oh no, I'm wrong. Sorry. 452,000 active duty personnel. I don't know what that means in terms of reserves or reserve troops. There'll be no ground invasion until the USA Navy could get Hamas out of their aircraft carriers' laundry systems. Yes. Val says Carolyn Levitt spoke to media about an hour ago. If it's something you wanted to show, I don't think that she's going to have any kind of an update that is necessary. Do you know what I mean? Unless there's something in there that is that you think is pertinent. The reason that we've looked at the Carolyn Levitt White House press stuff over the last 2 weeks is to get updates on the ceasefire and the war and stuff, right? But at the moment, there doesn't seem to be much movement from the USA. So I think until such time as that happens, we could probably leave it. It's a summary of the most recent stuff. I imagine that she's probably been talking about things like the midterm candidate selections, endorsements by Trump, because that seems to be the main thing that he's focused on. She's just a mouthpiece for him, right? So she's just repeating the things that he says. And all over his Truth Social at the minute is just like, a rigged election last night in the Commonwealth of Virginia. All day long, Republicans were winning. The spirit was unbelievable until the end when there was a massive mail-in ballot drop where I heard before, and the Democrats eked out another crooked victory. 6-5 goes to 10-1. $500 million a day, economy strangling. Yeah, all that stuff. Yeah. You know, mad stuff. This is all he's talking about. And the fact that he saved big booty Latinas of the Middle East from being executed by the state of Iran. Time for the grown-ups to pull the plug. Oh, he's just sharing news stories there. Yeah, he's talking about how can the Democrats not like how the U.S. Supreme Court votes? The Democrat justices stick together like glue, never failing to wander from the warped and perverse policies. Blah, blah. He's talking about domestic stuff. I think, you know, it does feel like he's become less enamored with the war, right? That's a terrible website, by the way. It never fucking works at all. He does want to make no elections happen so bad. He really does. He wants to rule the USA like Sisi in Egypt. That's what he wants to do. He said that Sisi is his favorite dictator, you know? And, you know, he wants to rig elections. He constantly talks about rigging elections because he wants to rig elections. It's just that. And he wants to silence opposition. He wants to torture people. He wants to put people in camps. He does the majority of this stuff anyway. He doesn't realize how, in fact, it's not him taking, you know, ideas from Sisi. It's Sisi taking ideas from the USA. You know, all the levers for that kind of stuff are in place anyway in the USA anyway. But, you know, torture sucks. Yeah. Many people are saying this. More and more people are saying this. Wow, nuclear takes in chat actually today. That's a little bit controversial there, Gommy Mama. Not sure about that one. But sorry, I don't mean to be pulling your leg like that. But yeah. Anyway, you know, yeah, I don't think he's gonna. There's not gonna be any, you know, mad updates on this kind of stuff. I think that they're not going to announce anything. I think even though Trump can't help himself but like release state secrets, I think that he's not gonna let anything mad slip about what the next move about Iran would be, right? Because, you know, he just keeps saying like, we've extended the ceasefire, we're extending the ceasefire until we get a proper proposal, but Iran have given them the proposal. You know, Israeli ships are trying to get through the blockade. They've stopped the Israeli ships from getting through the blockade. They're seeing this as a violation of the ceasefire now, and they are going to escalate it. Meanwhile, there are also people who are saying things like, it's probably a good idea for people to get out of the Gulf because there's going to be you know, an attack on the Gulf very soon. And I'm trying to find the source of that, but I can't remember where I saw it. I think it was the spokesperson for the military. But I will need to find some clarification of that. But yeah, I'm going to just go for a wee real quick, and I'll leave you with this. Hang on.
Lebanon, that's also an interesting point here. And I hadn't heard much about it from the Iranian side lately because there's been so much focus elsewhere. But that was a central caveat to the agreement on the original ceasefire. And as you pointed out, the Israelis went back on that within hours. And then Trump worked hard to, and then Israel said, okay, we had this meeting in the United States with Lebanon and everybody's agreed to it. Hezbollah said that they'll agree to it, etc. But then we see that since that time, the Israeli ceasefire Lebanon ceasefire has been violated 222 days, which makes it sound like there hasn't been any kind of a ceasefire at all. And so the question is, will the Iranian side require that to be reimposed? Or will they try to make some kind of a deal, even if they can just get one with the United States while that war continues on?
Well, what happened in Lebanon was that the Iranians said there must be a ceasefire. Now, the Lebanese president and prime minister were installed by the Americans. And so they are basically, they do the bidding of the United States. They said that, no, we don't want the Iranian ceasefire. we will we will pursue a ceasefire through our own course, our own actions, our own a different channel. And they helped Netanyahu and Trump disrupt the ceasefire. So effectively, what the prime minister of Lebanon and the president did was they gave the Israeli regime an opportunity to continue bombing Lebanon. And they did that, especially the prime minister, because of his dislike for effectively the people in the south of the country. He wanted them weakened. And so, but the Iranians said, we don't care what the Lebanese prime minister or the president says.
The media had been reporting 3 to 5 days ceasefire extension. Levitt says that's not true. Interesting. It's more Trump weave, right? It's more Trump weave. And it's more examples of him wanting to be unpredictable, wanting to appear like he isn't predictable, but he's just doing the same moves that he's doing again and again and again, right? He's just doing the same things again and again and again. And I think the reason why he's saying like, oh, we're going to extend the ceasefire is it buys the US military more time to recover. It buys the markets more time to recover. And he's trying to get the markets to get to a low point again, which is not going to happen because the Strait has been blockaded. It is what it is now. I think he's in a bit of a deadlock in terms of like figuring out what's best. I think he's just going to be watching the markets, right? And he's going to be like, right, what can I do to make the price of oil go down again? I'll say that there's a ceasefire, but yo, guess what, man? That's not working anymore. You got to remember, chat, like we're at April 22nd. Yesterday, he said that he would announce the ceasefire. There was a dip for about an hour. And then it went straight back up and didn't really go back down. And now the price seems to be climbing. So this is where we're at. It's literally, the price is literally now where it was at the point of the 17th yesterday when the ceasefire was announced in Lebanon. And then let's take a look. So 2 weeks ago was, I think this was the announcement of the ceasefire, right? April the 7th. So, you know, it was at $114 there. He was like, this is too much. We got to announce a ceasefire. Nothing was changing. Then, you know, there was the speculation, oh, is Israel going to join in? So the markets are reacting to that. And then he was like, you know, there's a ceasefire in Lebanon. So boom, right? But it's climbing back up. Not really a lot that he can do about this. Israel's new Lebanon buffer zone targets Qana gas field. Yeah, that's going to be normal, isn't it? That's definitely fine. He's probably trying to protect the petrodollar. If China can become an alternative accepted currency for oil, America's economy just dies. Yep. That as well. Benny's Necessary says, here's the Morandi quote in full. I think it's best for people to leave now and cross the desert and go to, I suppose, Iraq or maybe even Yemen or maybe I don't know. I can't think of any other place for people to go, but I think that maybe Oman. In any case, people should leave, and also sailors on the ships in the Persian Gulf should be ready to evacuate their ships, because if push comes to shove, those ships will not survive ultimately if the war is expanded. Especially ships that are closer to the Strait of Hormuz, they'll be targeted and destroyed, so it's best of all, sailors should prepare themselves right now for evacuation. Yeah. I'd love to see America's economy die. I mean, a lot of people would, right? A lot of people would. But Trump, I think Trump is realizing that, like, that might be his fault now. But he's in a deadlock because he can never admit to being wrong. He can never admit defeat. And it doesn't matter what happens anyway, you know, he still wins in his own mind, in his own perception. So what is going to happen? He's also got people like Lindsey Graham still breathing down his neck going like, no, come on, Donald, you've got to go to war still. You've got to finish these Iranians. You know, he's got the entire, you know, lobbying groups like, you know, Raytheon, and by the way, even though I'm talking about Raytheon and Lockheed Martin having to build new factories, right? And produce more missiles that they can't produce because their production is not set up to produce that amount of missiles or ammunition. They're still loving it. They're still good. They're still, they're like, yeah, this is great, bro. Like, we'll build factories. Are you joking? Yeah, we'll build more factories. It's going to take us a while, but we will do it. They're benefiting massively from this shit, right? So that is what it is. And, they will be encouraging him to keep going with the war because, again, if it means that he will give them more money to build more factories, they will do it. They will do it. Doesn't matter how long it takes. They'll take that dough. Give us that dough. Give us that USAID money, bro. That's what you got rid of USAID for, to give us more dough. It's all benefiting capital. It's all benefiting corporate interest in the lobbying group. And the oil lobby in America is also focused. This is why Trump keeps talking about, we don't even need oil from the Strait of Hormuz, right? He is concerned about the petrodollar, but he's also sat there being like, well, we could get by with our own oil stock, right? Which could be true. I don't know. I don't know if the amount of oil that America has at this point in terms of oil refineries and, the type of oil that they have in America, the amount of oil, if it's enough to sustain their oil consumption for the next however long. They don't do central planning, so however long they think they need it. It could be true. It could be entirely true because I know that the USA produces a bunch of oil. So, in terms of the oil lobby, the oil lobbyists of American oil production companies that are making money through, American oil being more viable as a product, viable as an export, for America, entirely possible, right? It's entirely possible that they're benefiting from this. The global price still affects working class people, yeah. Absolutely. But, he's only concerned about the lobbying groups, you know what I mean? He's literally only concerned about the lobbying groups. Guess who killed another journalist? Oh, that's a really tough question. I couldn't even... Nah, that's too hard. There's no way. No, I couldn't tell you. There's literally no state out there that, that I could think that kills journalists regularly. I just don't know. I couldn't tell you. Amal Khalil, Lebanese journalist. Is this the one where they bombed her and then bombed her again and then she was picked up by the Red Crescent and then they were following the Red Crescent van and bombing her again and chasing, hunting her down and bombing her, chasing the car with bombs? Is that one that I read about earlier? I assume this was planned before Venezuela. Okay, big mistake you've made there, Ikin Trunks. The first start of your sentence there, where you say, I assume this was planned. What do we say about assuming? Because it wasn't planned in any way, shape or form. Don't do it. Don't say it. Assuming it's for ass lovers. Whoa! Crazy. Think so. They're saying they pursued them after they took shelter from an initial bombing. Oh, Jesus.
What this ceasefire was agreed upon, and until it is implemented, we're not going to abide by our commitments. And when those ships don't go out, the global economic crisis grows. So Trump, from my understanding, began to put pressure on Netanyahu, but Netanyahu and the Lebanese prime minister and president wanted to pretend that this ceasefire, there will be a ceasefire, but not because of Iran. Where in reality, it is because of Iran. The Lebanese prime minister and the president have no leverage against the Israeli regime. There's nothing. I mean, when the ambassadors met in Washington, it wasn't because they had nice tea to drink that the Israeli regime decided to accept the ceasefire. The night before the ceasefire was ultimately implemented, there was supposed to be a ceasefire, and Netanyahu went into the cabinet meeting, they didn't have the ceasefire. The next day, Iran threatened and said, "Look, we're going to go back to war if this ceasefire isn't implemented." And so the following night, the ceasefire was implemented. So it had nothing to do. Netanyahu, Trump, and the Lebanese prime minister and president wanted to pretend that Iran had nothing to do with the ceasefire, but in reality, it had everything to do with Iran and not with them. So these two people are not really, they're fully coordinated with the United States.
So then the question is going to be,
but
what
sorry,
now?
but I didn't respond to the final point. Yes, you're right. The Israelis are violating the ceasefire, and they're doing it in Gaza. I mean, every day they're killing children in Gaza. Every day they're killing women. Every single day. I mean, people who check their their Twitter accounts and follow people in Gaza, every day they're killing them. And they're doing the same right now. They killed 2 people in Lebanon, and they injured 2 apparently female journalists, and one is right now trapped under the rubble, and they're trying to dig her out. But the Israelis keep threatening the first responders. It's amazing how the Israelis have, they just kill and kill.
Yeah, so I think this is the confirmation of this. Lebanese journalist Amal Khalil is confirmed to have been killed by the IOF. Al Akbar, her outlet, as well as LBCI and Al Jadid have confirmed it. The IDF, IOF world's leading killer of journalists, was blocking rescue operations. So this is a picture of her. Rest in peace. And here's the rescue team trying to help her. It's always normal, isn't it, when an army murders journalists? Isn't it? Normal stuff.
Kill, and they target women, children, day and night. It's become, for them, these people have zero value. It's just, they're just used to killing. But in any case, you're right, the ceasefire is being violated. But the difference between the ceasefire today, between Hezbollah and the Israeli regime, is that
Palestine, yeah, most moral
Hezbollah did
army.
not respond to the violations. This time around, Hezbollah is saying that whenever they violate the ceasefire, we'll strike back. And they have begun doing that.
And so, of course, the Israeli side immediately says, see, our reactions are a defensive reaction to that. How do you get out of this circular, everybody keeps firing it over? How does this end, and what will Iran do in relation to the Lebanon situation?
He's going to say Iran is going to punish Israel. He loves to say it so much. He loves to say it. And I love to hear him say it. He's going to say Iran is going to punish Israel and Hezbollah are going to punish Israel. And whenever he says it, this music starts playing, and I don't know why. Just whenever he says it, this music starts playing. Don't know why, it's just a phenomena. You know what I mean? I don't know what that tune is. I've never heard it in my life, and I would never play it myself personally. But like, it's a phenomenon. You just witnessed it. It just happened, didn't it?
Well, Iran will continue to support Hezbollah in any agreement. Lebanon, Yemen.
Oh, we didn't quite say it. He didn't quite say
Gaza, Palestine, the West Bank. They'll all be included. And the Iran's leverage. It has lots of leverage. It has its regional allies. It has its own military capabilities, but it also now has the Strait of Hormuz. The most catastrophic mistake that the United States made in this war is that it has effectively made Iran take over the Strait of Hormuz. That is something that I've been speaking about for many years. I said, if there's a war, these things are going to happen. And Western analysts and pundits, or I guess they thought that this was all a joke. But that's exactly what Iran did. And if they had studied the way in which the Iranian armed forces are building these underground bases across the country, they would have understood that this was the plan all along. And if the United States attacks, what the Iranians are going to do is that they're going to fall back, let them take some places, and then from their other other bases that they've been creating for the last couple of decades, they're going to start targeting Americans on the islands or on the mainland, wherever they may be. So they've been preparing themselves for decades. And anyone who just looks at some of the footage of the underground tunnels, these are cities and they exist everywhere. They've been doing this for decades.
Like, it's ridiculous to think that a country that has ties and shares information with groups like Al-Qassam brigades, which is a combination of all the different resistance groups in Gaza, and also it will share information with Sarai al-Quds, West Bank factions, resistance factions as well. It will also share information and intelligence with Hezbollah and Ansar Allah, all the Shia resistance groups in the region, and it, of course, in Iran as well. These are all groups that have utilized underground shelter in order to evade detection and capture and neutralization by the Americans and the Zionists, right? He's being quite calculated in what he says to Daniel Davis's audience. That's true. He's not gonna say with a big grin on his face, Iran is gonna punish Israel. Because that's what he likes to do on Piers Morgan. They're gonna listen. Either Iran is gonna be saying to people in Hezbollah, like, great shout, we're gonna start building stuff underground as well, or Hezbollah has said, we've had a really good run of building fortifications underground. It's quite effective. We haven't had any issues with it. You should probably try doing it yourself. And Iran is a country, the topography of which is massively mountainous, and so they have an abundance of ground and earth to dig out in order to create, like Mirandi might be right, they might have underground cities. They really might. There obviously aren't cities where people are living and stuff, but they're storing weapons, they have production and shit like that, right? Hey, Ricky Biggies, how's it going? And hi, Steph, welcome in.
And I just find it, and Hezbollah has the same sort of tunnels too. So I just find it extraordinary that they miscalculated this. Right now, the Iranians have the Strait of Hormuz. That changes everything. The balance of power has shifted towards Iran.
So the Taliban underground base reported in media and thought, hold on.
Away from those Arab family regimes in the Persian Gulf region.
So now the question is, what next? Now, as of last night, President Trump said, well, I'm going to give more time for the Iranian side to come up with a unified position, whatever. It's just whatever he said. It didn't really matter. What matters, though, is what's being reported now. Last night...
You know what's mad about Daniel Davis, yeah? Is that in America, there's this mad culture, isn't there, of like, we're going to get to the bottom of what's going on here, brother. The deep state's lying to us. We need to figure out the actual reality of what's going on the ground. But Daniel Davis does that in a not insane way, doesn't he? And Daniel Davis is there being like, let's look at these reports from, various different reports from various different outlets. Let's hear what people are saying about it. He's literally doing the info war properly. He's like the polar opposite of Alex Jones. Well, he's not the polar opposite of Alex Jones, but he's like, if we're talking about like a delineation, which way American boomer, right? Which way American boomer do you want to get? Do you want to be a Fed and do the Feds work for them? Do you want to do that? Or do you want to actually like do some research, depropagandize your brain a little bit, actually speak to some people that, are on the other side of this argument in a fair and good faith manner, you know what I mean? He's not got Syed Mohammed Mirandi on here to like debate him like Piers Morgan. Do you know what I mean? In a world of semi-literate take-havers, the one man who researched is king. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Johnny.
He just said he's postponed it. Now then, today, Fox is just saying that the extension for Iran will only last 3 to 5 more days. Fox News confirmed on Wednesday. So that's the first time we've heard now since that time period, meaning implying that we're close to returning back again within 2 to 4 days from today.
So I wonder what the 3 to 5 day... That's a really interesting point, Val. The 3 to 5 day thing. Now that I'm thinking about that again, what is the White House source for this? People are quoting a White House source, but then Carolyn Levitt is like, not true, wrongo bongo. I'm trying to find what this source is. That's crazy.
And who can say when that's going to happen? The question is, the Iranian side is, as I showed you our viewers a minute ago, they're pretty bold that they're not even going to return to the negotiations until the U.S. lifts the siege. And obviously, if we go back to fighting, that's only going to take it completely off the table. So where do we go from here if this gets back to fighting?
Well, the Iranians are planning for war.
I just think it's absurd. It looks like, so this is Yediot Aharonot. You know, we've spoken about Yediot Aharonot, the right-wing Israeli outlet, so-called Israeli. A White House official later told the Fox News the extension is expected to only last 3 to 5 days. But another official said no formal timetable had been set. I think that this is just nonsense. I think that whoever has said this is either someone who knows the party line and has decided they don't believe it, and they're gonna tell the truth. They don't believe the reality. And they've actually heard that the 3 to 5 day thing is real. Don't forget to add them as a trusted source. Yes, it's very important that you add Ynet as a trusted source. You know, I think it's Ynet's entire modus operandi is to muddy the waters about the reality of what's going on with the USA and Israel. You know what I mean? So it's not a great source, but you know, in terms of actual reporting on this 3 to 5 ceasefire day thing, you know, if it's Ynet quoting a random White House official, then it's like, okay. If it's Fox News saying it as well, it's like, okay, whatever. And, Mohammed Mirandi here is saying the thing that we all know, which is that Iran is preparing to go back to war. There you go.
When the ceasefire was coming to an end, they were expecting conflict. And then we heard news that Trump had, on his behalf, on behalf of the Americans, extended the ceasefire.
And I think it is right. I think it's like they are just saying the ceasefire is going to go on for X amount of time because that gives Iran more time to respond and more opportunities for the USA to say that Iran violated the ceasefire. I do think that's a good take. Whoever had that take before, that might have been you as well, Val. I can't remember.
As if tonight he may violate the ceasefire and just carry out an assault. Because remember, we have that experience in the past. As we were negotiating, they secretly conspired, attacked Iran before the 12-day war and before this war. Of course, it wasn't as if Iran was deceived. Iran knew
shifting the goalposts so much. Yeah,
they were negotiating anyway because they wanted the world to see that Iran negotiates, just like Iran went to Islamabad.
Can't lose the war if it's not over yet. Yeah, that's a good point as well.
Is because the Iranians are saying you have commitments based on those commitments, we can.
Okay, chat. This is fucking crazy. 8 days ago, I saw this. This is the guy that I was watching a couple of. I didn't see this 8 days ago. Sorry. I've just seen this now, but this was published 8 days ago. This is the guy that I was watching for like gut health stuff and like liver health. And now this guy is talking about, I mean, again, it is 8 days ago. He's saying why getting healthy matters more than ever right now. I swear to God, if this guy talks, we're not gonna watch this video on stream, But I'm going to bring up the transcript of this video and just have a search through and find out if he's talking about medicine shortages in the transcript. Let me just have a quick look.
We cannot, because of those commitments that you're not carrying out, we cannot go any further. Because if we go any further without you carrying out these commitments, that is going to
Glad I started stretching more. Yeah.
Sending a signal to you that in future you can do the same thing about your other commitments. So the Iranians are saying you have to first abide by your side of the bargain, and then we can go on. And it's sort of like me selling someone a car, and then he pays the money and I don't give him the car. And then I say, well, I have another car. Do you want to buy this one too? Well, the guy is going to say, well, first give me the first car, and then we can talk about the second car. But you can't take my money and not give me the car. I would be a fool to go and to go on to the next phase. So, but in this case, the smart thing that the Iranians did was that they kept leverage. And what is that leverage? It's the Strait of Hormuz. So when the Americans don't abide by...
He does. In that video, he does. I'm looking at the transcript now. He talks quite extensively about supply lines, about, you know, when costs go up, and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Yeah, he talks quite extensively in this video about that kind of stuff. When costs of generally everything goes up, it makes things a lot more difficult in order to like stay healthy. It makes you eat worse. It makes you you know, not go to the doctor when you're ill, even though you need to because of work, and you don't want to get in trouble at work. You don't want to lose your job. Yada yada yada. Right, all this kind of stuff. So yeah, very interesting. I might watch that video later in my free time.
For the Americans or whoever, they don't abide by their side of the bargain. The Iranians say, okay, well, I'm not going to abide by my side of the bargain. And that is very effective because of the global crisis.
So let me ask you this question. I guess the morning of the when Trump eventually punted and said, you know, we're going to give him more time. On that morning, he had an interview on CNBC in which he said, you know, Iran has already agreed to everything. I've already got a great deal. I think we're going to have it off. And then one of the persons on the CNBC was asking him, but if there's no deal, if they don't agree to it by the deadline, will you go back to fighting? He said, oh, yeah, I'm planning to go back to fighting. Now, I don't know if it was coincidental or not, but almost right after that interview, you posted this on X and saying everyone should immediately leave the UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia. Sailors on ships in the Persian Gulf must also prepare to evacuate their ships. This is especially urgent for ships in the Strait. Time is running out, you wrote. Now, obviously, that went off the table because President Trump did what he did. But if this statement by Fox is true, and within 2 to 4 days from now, he may again restart it, does that warning still hold?
Oh, yes, absolutely. And the reason why I did that tweet is so that people can be prepared. Because if Trump does carry out his threat to destroy Iranian electrical power plants, Iran is going to target power plants in Israeli regime power plants, but also the power plants in these countries in the Persian Gulf. And these countries are all deserts. And it's going to get very hot in a few weeks' time. In 3 to 4 weeks from now, the heat is going to go up and up and up. And these countries have a very hot summer. It's like 5.5 to 6 months a year. Maybe I'm not quite sure. Maybe 5.5 months a year. It's very hot and humid. So if the Americans strike Iranian electrical power plants, I don't know if you lost my voice or not.
No, I'm good.
But okay, if the Americans strike Iranian power plants, they can only do these things with the help of these countries using their airspace.
Yeah, desalinization plants need a ton of electricity. Yep.
So the Iranians are going to retaliate against them, and of course the Israeli regime. When that happens, if they have no electricity, and then things get very hot, they have to leave. Everyone will leave. These countries will just collapse. They're not like Iran. Iran has 2 very important mountain ranges, east to west.
Yeah, it would be a great time to buy a bunch of solar panels from China, wouldn't it?
of Iran called Alborz, and it has a mountain range to the west from north to south. These two mountain ranges are, in the winter it snows. The Zagros mountain range to the west, north to south, and the Alborz ones east to west in the north. Right now, above Tehran, in the city of Tehran, there's snow on the mountains.
Record sales of solar last month, yeah.
So most
For
of
once I'm prepared, hell yeah.
is locally produced. Iran is, I think, roughly 90% self-sufficient. Not sure about the exact numbers. They may be exporting some things and importing others, but generally they're self-sufficient. And the temperatures in Iran, except for those desert areas, they're very different from the Persian Gulf. We have forests in Iran. We have lakes. We've actually this year we've had good rain. We had drought for 3-4 years. This year it's been pretty good. Tehran less so, but during the last few weeks better. So it's Iran has no serious problem. If we have electricity problems, it will be difficult, but we'll survive. But they cannot survive there without electricity. So they will all have to leave. They'll have to get in their cars, drive across Saudi Arabia, go to Syria, go to Iraq, go to...
I'm seeing some very funny posts from about Germany. Hey Steve, how you doing? So there are these images. These are distressing images, by the way. Just letting you know of protesters. A woman actually getting beaten up by cops, fascist cops in Germany. Could even be a child. Actually, this literally could just be like a teenager, but I think she's just a small woman, just getting like attacked by cops. And you've got this poster saying Germany has killed over 40,000 anti-regime protesters in recent days, is less than 2 weeks away from a nuclear weapon. President Xi, please arm these peaceful protesters and do a no-fly zone. My nation, Germany, yearns for freedom. Some quality posting. Quality posting.
I don't know, Oman, go to Yemen, somewhere, but they won't be able to stay. And
actually, it's 60,000. No, actually, everyone in Germany is dead. No one's left. They killed everyone.
Persian Gulf,
hey, Magic Dealer.
Especially near the Strait of Hormuz, they'll be in serious trouble.
German cops are super violent against anyone supporting Palestine. They're also super violent against anyone who protests the military-industrial complex and anyone who protests, well, anything actually. Racism, you don't like that, you're getting battered. You know? Only Merkel survived. It's true, yeah, and she needs to be liberated, actually. It's important that the international community comes together with a coalition of the willing in order to liberate Angela Merkel. Germany's been dead, a dead country. For there's no Germans left, promised. We've got German chatters here, so I don't want to I don't want to say anything like that, right? Yeah. Solidarity to the 5 based German leftists, all of which exist in this chat. I hope I hope you survive the purge. Important to remember. Hi Zugash, welcome in.
We saw what happened today. 3 ships were struck. So this, when I wrote this tweet, it was hours before the ceasefire was about to end. And the expectation was that Trump would probably start the attack.
Most of the... I will share an anecdote here, right? The reason why I'm being a little bit... what would you call it? Deutsch-phobic? The reason I'm being a little ironically Deutsch-phobic here is because when I got harassed by Vorsch and Destiny fans, debate pervert fans, over the last 2 or 3 years, when I used to check on their Twitter what kind of person they were, because I was always interested. I was like, what kind of person thinks this okay? They were always, and I shit you not, chat, I shit you not, they were always either German or 1916, 17. Right? I shit you not. You know how, like, what was it? Did Hassan find out Deutschphobic sounds very German? That's the joke. That's the joke. Was it Hassan that found out that, like, it was like 80% of Asmongold's watchers are like Europeans, right? You know what I mean? Like Europeans who aren't Americans, and they watch him and they're like, haha, yeah, get those minorities. Yeah. And they're all just fucking European Nazis and shit. Madness. Just absolute madness. These are the kinds of people online that you're communing with.
So that's why I wrote the tweet. But one thing that people should keep in mind is that the Iranians have worked very hard not to kill civilians. 3,300, 400 Iranians were slaughtered by the Americans and the Israeli regime. And just one instance was those 168 little girls. But if you look at all the people that were killed in the 5 countries in the Persian Gulf, they were less than 20. Less than 20. Despite all those thousands of missiles and drones that Iran fired at all these entities, only a handful were killed. Why? Because Iran was very careful not to strike civilian targets, whereas the Americans and the Israelis were striking civilian targets. And when they were trying to assassinate people, they would assassinate them with their families. They would assassinate them with if they're scientists, they'd assassinate them with their families, with their neighbors. If they were military officials, they'd assassinate them with their, they'd bring down the whole building, everyone inside. That's not the way Iran does things. So in the West, they like to demonize Iran, but all people have to do is go and use a search engine, DeepSeek or a Western search engine, and see how many.
Mohammed Marandi advocating for Chinese AI. Very interesting. That's very interesting, isn't it? He's doing that.
People were killed in Kuwait. How many civilians or citizens were killed in Kuwait, in the Emirates, in Saudi Arabia? And you'll see that the number is, I think, less than 10, something between 10 and 20.
Well, I don't know anything about DeepSeek. Is DeepSeek not like infinitely more efficient? Like doesn't use as much resources and shit as Western AI? I don't know. I might just be showing my anti-imperialist bias here, but I heard that DeepSeek works much better. Yeah, it's way more efficient. I did hear that. Even though, I'm not like, look, you can be principled and not use AI. It's fine. But yeah, I think that, when we're talking about, because like Explosive Media who make the Iran Lego movies, they're probably not like, it's open source. They're probably using DeepSeek. They're not using fucking Sora to make that shit or whatever.
That to 3,300, 3,400 in Iran. And of course, the numbers in the Israeli regime are low too, because the Iranians were not trying to kill ordinary people. The Iranians were trying to strike critical assets. So those who always like to demonize Iran is a country.
This is Sora got shut down anyway. This is very interesting. I just saw this go by. iPaper here. It's bleak, said one cabinet minister after another week dominated by the fallout of Starmer's appointment of Peter Mandelson as US ambassador. Streeting allies open to Rayna Pact. Not sure about the legitimacy of this. Let me just have a quick look.
That opposes genocide in Gaza. The supporters of genocide, on the other hand, are Iran's antagonists. In the war, the number of people who are killed, civilians who are killed by the Iranians, are a fraction, not even a fraction, are almost nothing compared to the number of Iranians who are killed. So that tweet was basically a warning so that people can get out of harm's way.
Because that's a significant escalation, as you say. If those targets in Iran are hit, then the commensurate level in the Gulf regions will also be hit. So the question
And
is,
Israel.
right, and Israel. So the question is, though, if the U.S. doesn't strike that, and if they say, "Oh, all right, we're going to go after Harg Island or Kashmir,"
Cabinet minister said anonymously they have no confidence in the PM and expects others to move on him too.
Get on the Iranian coastline somewhere. And
They're going to wait until after the May elections, I think. They would be stupid to do this before the May elections. That would be crazy moves to try and get rid of him before then. Because they are going to get fucking devoed in the May elections. They will be devastated. So, you know, they have to be thinking about it, you know, in the next 2 weeks.
at least initially, they don't go after those energy system. Will Iran hit that anyway? Is it like you do one thing, we do everything, or will it stay commensurate?
Well, we've seen how this has played out before. The Iranians only respond to escalation. They don't initiate escalation. So when the Americans, for example, and the Israelis bombed the Iranian South Pars gas field.
This is so funny. Okay, I think there's a bit of insight into what's going on here from this. I mean, it could be nothing. It could be completely nothing. But if this is true, right, it's a cabinet minister. Now, a cabinet minister could be any of 20 people, right? It could be David Lammy. It could be Rachel Reeves. It could be Lucy Powell. It could be anybody, right? But what's interesting here is this bit where it says, we can't go on like this. Wes and Ange, referring to Wes Streeting and Angela Rayner, have got to come to some accommodation, right? Now, what this says to me is that Angela Rayner is thinking about a leadership contest, and also so is Wes Streeting. So, this is very funny. Have got to doesn't suggest it has happened yet. Yes, it doesn't suggest it's happened yet. Streeting Rayner pact would be fraught with difficulty. Yes, it would. I think that would be a stupid idea. Blair Brown pact Mark II. Yeah, we're doing it again. Like poetry, it rhymes. Allies of Streeting said he's warmer to the idea than Rayner is. Unsurprising. While the pair get on superficially well, they come from different traditions in the party. Streeting on the centrist wing and Rayner on the soft left. Yes. They also bad blood after Streeting helped organise moves to deselect former MP Sam Tarry, Rayner's partner, after a bitter row over Ilford South in 2022. This is so funny, man. This is so funny. Rayner is currently on the backbench situation, an outcome of an HMRC investigation where she paid the correct amount of stamp duty on her $800,000 seafront apartment in Hove. But Labour MP is here as the front runner to succeed Starmer. Obvious drawbacks to the suggestion of a deal between the pair. I just don't see how it works. Who's first on the ticket? So this says to me that the people that I thought were going to be doing a leadership challenge, if a leadership challenge happens, are possibly thinking about it. It's likely going to be Wes that wins, though. Okay, yeah, not much else to learn there. Just a big piece in the eye paper for real nerds to get down with, real policy wonks.
The gas field of Qatar. And
why aren't the media doubling down on Richard Tice's tax evasion? Because the media are all mates with Richard Tice. That's why.
Emirates in response. So they didn't strike electrical power plants. But the point is that this time around, what Trump is saying is, I don't know, tomorrow or the day, I don't remember the tweet. He said, so after the ceasefire, we'll have electrical power plants day and bridge day. Well, if that's what he's going to do, then that would be the Iranian response. If he doesn't do that, obviously the Iranians are not going to strike electrical power plants in these countries.
How do we feel about policy perverts? No, it depends what kind of pervert you are. If you're a good policy pervert, that's great. But if you're a policy wonk pervert that, you know, is a bit of a briefcase wanker and thinks that any policy is a good policy if it's done by the Labour Party, you know what I mean? Then that's not great.
Well, I guess
in other words, the Iranians will only escalate if they initiate, and they will only do it in order to prevent escalation. Not
so is it fair to say then that
because if the Iranians don't do it, then the Americans will definitely destroy Iran's infrastructure.
Right. And so is it fair to say then if the United States or Israel doesn't restart the war, that Iran will not be the one to initiate the return to the conflict?
Oh yes, you know, if throughout the years, I mean, Iran has never started a war. Already since the revolution, the Americans have imposed 3 wars on Iran. They encouraged Saddam to invade the country. They gave him, you know, through with U.S. permission, the West.
You meant as a phrase to use? Oh yeah, you could say policy pervert. Yeah.
Gave him chemical weapons.
Policy pervert's funny as hell.
These Arab regimes in the Persian Gulf, these very same regimes gave Saddam Hussein hundreds of billions of dollars. Then that would be, I don't know, $1 trillion a day of money to wage that war against Iran. I survived 2 chemical attacks. Those chemicals were given by the Germans and funded by these Arab regimes.
Germans giving people chemical weapons?
The 12-day war. And then this war. But Iran, since the revolution, Iran has never initiated a war. In fact, in the past, I think, 300 years, the Iranians have never initiated a war.
Well, the history is what it is. Well, listen, we really appreciate you coming on and putting some clarity on some of this.
There we go. The Daniel Davis deep dive. Let's take a look at this BBC report into the insider trading as a result of the war. Let's have a look at this.
BBC has found a pattern of spikes in trades and financial markets ahead of public announcements by US President Donald Trump, including during the Iran war.
Hang on a minute. They're not just saying this is speculation.
The BBC has found a pattern of spikes in trades and financial markets ahead of public announcements.
They're saying that they have found a pattern. They have seen a pattern. Chat. The djmuel stream vindicated once again. Utterly vindicated. What did I say? This is why you give me money. This is why you should give me money. Yeah? Because I get things right. Yeah? I don't mean to be an egotist. Well, that's another thing, Middle Earth Marxists. The BBC probably didn't find shit. They just saw everyone else talking about it. There's a BBC reporter in this stream right now. The BBC has cottoned on to the djmuel vindication, right? Yesterday's news 2 weeks from now, exactly.
By US President Donald Trump, including during the Iran war. It's raised suspicions of insider trading, whereby bets are made by
first Raytheon and now this.
That is not available to the general public. Though some have argued certain traders have become more adept at anticipating the president's interventions. Let's talk to our business correspondent, Nick Marsh, for more on this. Nick, tell us what you found.
Well, quite a lot of examples of these spikes, Sally. I'll just give you the first one I found, and one of the most prominent ones. It's on the 23rd of March. Trump had spent the weekend preceding that threatening Iran's power plants, much like he is now.
I think it's 11 bets and 11 wins at this point, Steve.
Morning, before the stock market opened in the US,
he said
that the United States had had very good and productive conversations with Tehran over a complete and total resolution to hostilities. That's what he posted on Truth Social. So then oil drops by 14%, which is understandable. You go back, though, and look at the trading volume data, and you see a massive spike in the number of oil futures contracts exchanged between about 14 to 16 minutes before the post. That's hundreds of millions of dollars, and those traders will have made a huge amount of money.
Chat, I'm telling you now, like, I know that when I said it, it sounded a bit fucking daft or whatever, right? But he's literally in a group chat, or there's someone in the White House, maybe his sons. I can't remember who it was earlier that was saying it was his sons. I think it was Chief Indian. You're probably right. You know, he's just there and he's going, I'm going to make the post. I'm writing the post, so if you want to get those shots, you better do it. That's it. That's it. John Oliver's bit on it this week even found how they're betting on how long they'll run press conferences and then dip in the second someone netted them in. That's just mad.
Through what's known as short selling. That's just one example of quite a few that I found, Sally.
And Nick, you've also been looking at these prediction markets which have exploded in popularity in the past couple of years.
People don't need to get life in prison for insider trading. Right? We just need to abolish capitalism. That's all that we need to do. That's it. Get rid of money. And then these people will suffer for the rest of their lives anyway. Simple as that. Just give us the dough, bro. Give us the dough so we can spread it around. Where are the morals? No morals found. No morals found.
Yeah, so the two main ones really are Polymarket and Kalshi. You might have heard about them. They're websites powered by blockchain. You can bet on anything really, from the weather to baseball to US foreign policy.
Right, Zipper.
It's like a very simple yes or no mechanism whether something will happen or not. Donald Trump's son, by the way, Donald Trump Jr., is an investor in Polymarket. He sits on its advisory board as well as on Kalshi's advisory board. We have contacted him.
There you go. That was what Chief Indian was saying before. There you go.
No response. But yes, on these predictions markets, people have been making an awful lot of money around American military action around the world. For example, I saw one user called Burdensome Mix set up an account on Polymarket in December last year, and between the 30th of December and the 2nd of January, this account placed $32,000 on Nicolas Maduro, the Venezuelan president, being ousted. The next day, he was seized by US Special Forces and the account made nearly $500,000. Then it changed its name and hasn't placed a bet since. There are also similar bets being placed on US strikes on Iran, for example. We spoke to Polymarket. It told the BBC that it sets and maintains and enforces the highest standards of market integrity, and it said that it proactively works with law enforcement to do so. And in March this year, both Polymarket and Kalshi outlined new rules to crack down on insider trading.
Can't wait for the new version of The Big Short. I can't wait for the new version of The Big Short in like, what, 10 years time or something? A suspicious user named Cocaine Son. Oh my god, they will! They'll call it The Big Beautiful Short! You're right! That's great! They'll make the film in 10 months. If someone makes the film in 10 months, it'll they'll get arrested. Interpol will arrest them and extradite them to the USA, where they'll face charges of being a naughty boy. Madness. Just absolute madness.
And what about the White House? What has the response been from the White House?
Can you imagine what it's like, right? Can you imagine what it's like being a top brass guy at the Pentagon, you know, and they're like coordinating stuff and they're attacking, you know, and I'm not trying to give these guys any sympathy or anything, but imagine you're like one of these guys and you're like writing down, right, okay, so we're going to target these guys on this part, and that's going to happen there, and then this is going to happen, and then you just like hear a noise behind you, right? And it's like one of the Trump sons going like, just when are you going to strike the hospital? Yo, when are you going to strike the hospital? Can you just tell me when you're gonna strike the hospital? Can you tell me? Can you just? When are you gonna hit him? When are you gonna? Do you know when you're gonna hit him? Do you know when the exact point you're gonna hit him at? Do you know what time is it gonna happen? What time? What date? What date? Is it gonna be the hit? Is it gonna be on it? Do you know what I mean? Or maybe it's not that, right? Maybe it's like fucking 10 of them all at once saying different things. Imagine what that environment is like. Imagine what it smells like. A horde of interns. They're all like Eric Trump's mates.
To these allegations.
No response when
I hate that I think that I am being accurate when I'm saying this, Audrey. I actually hate. I know you're saying I bet you are accurate. I probably am. I probably am. It sucks that that's true though, right?
I contacted them. Spokespeople in the past have made it clear
Sweaty Fuentes looking goblins, yeah.
Deny any form of insider trading involving the White House. There was one who told another outlet last month it didn't tolerate any.
Oh, they absolutely are, Steve.
Illegally profiteering off of insider knowledge. There's always the possibility, Sally, that traders are getting better at predicting when Trump will make a U-turn or market conditions signaling.
Oh, come on. Come on, dude. There's always a possibility that traders are just getting better at predicting this stuff. No! Absolutely not. It's one guy changing his mind like the wind. It's absurd, right? It's absurd. No, love and solidarity, PvP, honestly. Audrey.
Might intervene in some way. Traders get ahead of that. You can't rule that out. But it's the consistency of these spikes, and it's how often it happens before Trump says something that has got people raising eyebrows.
Okay, Nick, thank you very much indeed. Nick Marsh there in our Asia Business Hub in Singapore.
Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy that segment on BBC lasted all of 3 minutes. Why is that? Because it was fucking something that critiques capital. Something that critiques capital on BBC. Let's have a look at another BBC report. This is
a 2-week ceasefire.
BBC from 14 hours ago. So 14 hours ago is about 8 in the morning today, UK time. They're talking about Trump extending the ceasefire. Let's have a look at this.
Between the United States and Iran was due to expire, and shortly after signalling that American forces were prepared to resume strikes, President Trump announced an extension to the truce. In a post on social media, the president said the ceasefire would remain in place until Iran's leadership presents a unified proposal to end the conflict. He added that the US blockade of Iranian ports would continue until negotiations are concluded.
I mean, chat, I'm kind of thinking at this point, I'm just going to repeat what I said before. He's saying this to see if it has an effect on the market, right? This was said earlier today in the morning. So 8 a.m. UK time. You know, this was something that happened last night. Last night, April 21st, it didn't really do much. Nothing really happened. So if he is waging this war in this way in order to make as much money as possible for him and his oil buddies, right? Then it makes the most sense for him to go back to war, because then this will happen. If you buy a bunch of oil shares in, I don't know, Chevron, whoever the fuck is putting up the price of their fucking oil as a result of this stuff. Every oil company out everywhere. Natural gas as well, companies. Buy some stocks in those companies, and then it's going to go, You know, and I hate that I sound like a fucking finance sicko when I'm talking about this stuff. I am not advising people to bet on the stock market. I am saying that this is what Trump is going to be thinking, okay? Just to be clear, this is not financial advice. I would never do such a thing, you know, and we just have to analyze it in this way. We have to get ourselves in the mind of Trump and in the mind of finance sicko pervert freak capitalists, yeah? So we're going to see probably a return to the conflict if he cannot get the price down. Like, you could kind of see it happening, right? You could kind of see it happening, you know, with the month-long thing going on. You've got, like, what do we got here? March, in the middle of March, when it was, you know, really getting bad. He was talking about a whole bunch of operations and shit like that. I think that this week was the week of the rescued pilot, the expert mission, the rescued pilot. So the markets were like, oh, maybe the war's going to end soon. I don't know. And then it just started escalating and escalating. Then he did something here to try and stop the prices from going up. And then it escalated and escalated. And then he did something here to try and stop it going up. And it didn't. So it just went brrrr. And then this is when the ceasefire was announced, right? So that's what it is. He's going to try and go back to war, I think, when he realizes he can't do anything about it. And he's just going to advise his buddies to invest in oil. Invest in oil. The entire US economy is now a casino run by Donald Trump. Yeah, it's mint, innit? It's good stuff.
The status of the US-Iran talks remains unclear. The White House has confirmed that Vice President J.D. Vance's planned trip to Pakistan for peace negotiations is cancelled for now.
Is he not thinking about the midterms? He is thinking about the midterms. He's really, really thinking about the midterms. If you go on his Truth Social, he's thinking about the midterms a lot. He's talking about all of the midterms. Here's a crazy tweet that he did, actually. A crazy truth. 3 hours ago. You can't compromise on sanity and common sense. This is going to be in, like, some kind of an art exhibition at some point, right? I don't know who he's quoting. Does anyone know who this quote is from? The thing about repeatedly bending something is that it eventually breaks, economies included. Trump is eventually going to break something, yes. Yeah, is he quoting himself? I thought it feels like he's quoting himself. It's an exhibit on projection. He's probably quoting himself. Yeah, he probably is, yeah. It's mad. Instead of petty bourgeoisie to talk about normal people, what about the Costco card class? I don't call normal people the petty bourgeoisie. You mean small business owners. Small business owners are the petty bourgeoisie. That they could also come under the Costco card class. Probably. Yes. Yes, you're right. He said this as he was banging on the Situation Room door, yeah. Wait, what is this? He posted this. Wait, what? What is this, man? He posted this 2 minutes ago. Birthright citizenship. Welcome to the Savage Nation. Today's brief abbreviated discussion will be about the arguments that I just listened to before the Supreme Court about birthright citizenship. I was somewhat incensed by listening to the arguments because all I heard was legalese being bandied back and forth. This isn't him. He's not written this. Put in America with the legal ages to change the demographics forever was a Chinese American who looks to me like the classic ACLU attorney. Very smart, very evil, very devious. The ACLU is the head of the snake. They have been forever. They were trying to turn America into a cesspool. We all know these arguments should not be conducted in the abstract of a courtroom. This is not really about law. It's about public opinion. I could start arguing about the Constitution itself. I'll run into a stone wall with you. We can't modify the Constitution because it's written in stone. If we do, they'll take away our First and Second Amendment, which is what they would do. That's the problem. The Constitution was written before air travel. Needless to say, before television, before the internet, before radio. You could say how relevant some of these arguments are when people are coming here by airplane the 9th month of their pregnancy. A baby here becomes an instant citizen. They bring the entire family in from China or India or the hellhole on the planet. Is Trump not bothered about relations with Modi? Is Trump not... Is he not care? Anyway, whatever. You don't have to go too far to see that English is not spoken here anymore. What? There's almost no loyalty to this country amongst the immigrant class coming in today, which was not always the case. Not like European Americans today, their ancestors, Irish integrated, Italians integrated, the Polish integrated, Lithuanians, Romanians, Russians, they all integrated, came Americans in the melting pot. You mean the white ones? This is pedal to the metal in the Hitler car, yeah. Gone from melting pot to the chamber pot. Yeah, the white ones. Yeah, they have. I mean, they were always the chamber pot, but yeah, it has to be Stephen Miller. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It has to be. 7 years ago, you don't go for further any city. The disease is raw up on this country. This is very wise. Arguing in the abstract as to whether birthright citizenship to apply to anyone born here, no matter who their parents are, where their parents came from. It's ludicrous to me, which is why I put up a poll on my social media channels where I said birthright citizenship should be subjected to a national vote, not put in the hands of lawyers. Hey to all for Twitch. Is this why toilets are white? Ha ha! Yes. Very good. I knew how it would go because people think it's 80-20. Of course, we should have a national referendum in this. They're going to have a referendum on birthright citizenship. In California, where propositions rigged as their people get a chance to vote for certain propositions, where they vote whether the governor wants the vermin who run the state they want to find cockamamie ACLU. What the fuck is that? Is this some fucking ancient slur? Oh, it just means silly, ridiculous. Okay. It's written by like an 80-year-old man. To overturn our vote. Anyway, this is written by Joe Biden. Because no longer we can take any more of this shit. I don't like getting vulgar, but I can't take it anymore. The country's been stolen from us by these effing lawyers. Shakespeare had it right. What? What? I didn't like listening to all their fine arguments without talking about the realities in place, how this has become a bankrupt welfare nation. There's an article after article about the abuse of the welfare system in the state of California. No, I don't think there is. Great one today in the California Post. The California Post, famously related to the very, very reputable outlet, the New York Post. Okay. A good portion of it is being conducted by immigrant front groups protected by the ACLU, the most dangerous criminal organization in the history of America. Jesus Christ. By the way, I saw that they're also going after Southern Poverty Law Center, which is a law center that protects, you know, racialized people in the South. It also protects trans people in the South. So the ACLU is like the American Collegiate of something. American Collegiate of Lawyers? No. It's the American Civil Liberties Union. It's a civil rights union. Okay, it's a civil right. Now I understand. Now I understand the acronym. Wasn't immediate to me, being a Britbonger. They've done more damage to this nation than all the mafia families put together. My unhumble opinion, gangsters with laptops, they've robbed us blind, treated us like second-class citizens, let the turd world triumph, turd world. This is so racist, man. Stepped on our flag, etc. So, again, birthright citizenship is the question. I can't take much more. I woke up and saw what was going on. I'm really glad I could watch this. First, they made an issue of Trump showing up like it was illegal for the president of the United States to witness this. When it turns out, they said he's here to bully them. Actually, they said we studied this. There's a chair put up there by the founding fathers of the Supreme Court for a president to sit in. So Trump is an active president. That was no good either. Whatever he does is no good. You can't just get involved in, you know, legal proceedings just because you're the president. He's complaining about the fact that, like, lawyers that are there to try and hold the president to account are just like You know. How are they going to hide our eviction from the Middle East? Hey, Komradsky. Yeah, it could be that. It could be that this is what they're doing. Earlier when I saw this going on and listened to the snake from ACLU, Ms. Wang, Attorney Wang. Oh, okay. Yeah, so he was being xenophobic because this attorney is of Chinese descent. Wang, is that Chinese or Japanese? I don't know. Supreme Court arguments are just legal tricksters. I wrote about fighting each other. Our nation is being overrun with Chinese coming here to drop a baby on our shores and then bringing the entire family. Amazing. Wow. This is utterly mad. Attorney Wang is pushing to destroy our national identity, turn us into a colony of China. It's not limited to China, it's also India. Oh, wow, dude. They're also abusing it. I used to be a great supporter of Indians in India until I opened my eyes up to what's going on here. White men do not need to apply to jobs in the state of California, never mind in high tech. I don't care what your qualifications are. You're not getting a job at high tech in California. That's wrong. Your chances are nil. It's not true. You have to be from India or China because almost all the internal mechanisms are set up to be run by Indians and Chinese. Wrong! I know it for a fact. You don't have to argue with it. Who's writing this? Is this Stephen Miller? It doesn't say who wrote it. But Trump's just sharing it. I can ask you if you agree with me. I know the answer already. I see it on X. Simple question. Birthright citizenship. Should birthright citizenship be subjected to a national vote, not put in the hands of lawyers? Should the citizens decide it's running 78 to 21%? Admittedly, it's a small sample. I asked Twitter. And they said yes. This is so mad, dude. Fucking Grog told me. That they should be a referendum. There's a very famous case, I think it was Stonewall Jackson, who after the Supreme Court ruled about Cherokee removal, disagreed with what the Supreme Court said. He said now that the court has decided, let him enforce, meaning he said go screw yourself. Chat, I don't know who he's talking about or what he's referring to, but is this, whoever this is, whether it's Stephen Miller or Trump, are they appropriating a civil rights move here? Are they doing like a Andrew Jackson? I don't know who's that. Who's Andrew Jackson again? I don't know. The face is not a Confederate general. A Confederate general. Okay. There you go. Thank you for telling me who that is. He's referencing a Confederate general talking about the removal of Native Americans. Love to genocide the natives. Hey, Gobs. Everybody go follow Goblin Hugger, by the way. Oh, wait, no. Wrong link. Not Goblin Jam. That one there. Great streamer. Hello, Ryasner. Welcome in. I hold all the power with the military. That's what he said to the Supreme Court. Let him come here, drop baby in the 9th month of the doorstep, turn him into citizen, bring them all in. That's what happens. I think we need a Jackson as president. And I don't mean Ketanji Jackson. Unbelievable what's going on in my nation and my state, the corrupt state of California, where fraud is so rampant, even Democrats are screaming about it. Even the Democrats are screaming about it. You could just repeat that if you want. That's my piece on birthright citizenship here on the Savage Nation. Jesus Christ, dude. It is a point of view of genocide. Stonewall Jackson isn't Andrew Jackson. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know who Stonewall Jackson is. I don't see anyone giving you a cogent argument in favor of illegal immigrants. Yeah, that's because you don't look at them. That's because you don't look at them, actually. Of course, they're gonna get the racist who say... You're gonna get the racist who says it was okay... Wait, what? Of course you're gonna get the racist who say it was okay with European Americans. Okay, fine. Yeah, I know all the appointees are compromised only. There's only a few hardcore conservative Americans on there. The reason they do it is quite simple because their legal profession is a closed circuit. They all work in their own world. They don't want to be excluded from events legal people have with each other. Lawyers of the ACLU has destroyed this nation. They're always on the side of the criminal, not the cop. Damn, that's crazy. I wonder why that is, dude. The illegal alien, not the legal citizen. ACLU is a gangster criminal organization. This person is saying, I've for years told you how this could be done. Don't know why Trump hasn't done it. He's gone after other national enemies. For God's sake, he's at war with Iran right now. I would say the ACLU has done more damage to this nation than Iran has ever done directly to this nation. This is completely insane. This is completely bizarre. That's not a mistake, it's a train whistle. Why can't they be taken down under a RICO investigation? Why can't they be taken down under a RICO statutes? I've studied at Racketeering Influence Corrupt Organization. That's the AC, because they're not an organized crime. They're a lawyer. They're a fucking NGO. The ACLU, by definition of 3 more people, they all conspire with more money from Soros and other enemies of the state. This is insane. To bring this nation down to its unrecognizable cesspool, reminiscent of the worst third world dictatorships. No, actually, I think you'll find it's your president that's doing that. And he's making it worse than what you would call a third world dictatorship. And of course, any third world dictatorship that isn't a dictatorship of the proletariat was created by the USA. But anyway, never mind. This person who wrote this is not going to be smart enough or even care to mention that. President Trump, please. I don't think it's going to happen. They're all afraid of them. I don't know what it is. I don't understand that. That's one man's opinion on the issue of birthright citizenship. What does diversity mean anymore? Have you been to an emergency room at least recently? I have. Have you seen, see how you treated it in an ER room? It's like the Tower of Babel. They're milking the system dry. This is what they say about immigrants in the UK, by the way. This is what they say about immigrants in the UK. The NHS is overrun with immigrants and it doesn't work anymore, right? Stonewall Jackson was a Confederate general. Andrew Jackson was the 7th president of the United States. Yeah. Thank you, PPP. If one of them gets a runny nose, 15 would come in there. They're $100,000 treatment for nothing. That's just so absurd to say that. See your bills going to an ER for a cut finger. You say it could be $30,000 for a cut finger. Who's paying for the illegal aliens? You're in the hospitals. President Trump. One last appeal to you today. Please bust the ACLU under RICO statutes before there's nothing left of this nation to save. And he's sharing that. So what? He's going to do it? What's this video he's sharing? What's the video he's sharing here? Michael Savage, Savage Nation. This is Michael Savage that said it? This fucking guy? This fucking Newsmax weirdo? The video isn't even fucking loading, man. This website just doesn't work.
Welcome to the Savage Nation. Today's brief abbreviated this.
Okay. This is just a transcript of the video. It's just a transcript of this video. This guy said this. Why did he share this? That checks out. How long has Savage been irrelevant? That's so crazy. Why? Where did he get a transcript of the video, man? What the fuck? He knows his audience are big readers. That's so wild. I was like, what is this, man? So what, did Michael Savage give him this? It might be AI, yeah. I don't know. You don't want to discriminate against the deaf, I guess. Yeah, famous deaf advocate. He's always talking about the deaf, isn't he? He's always talking about the deaf. That's how you know. That's crazy, man. That's fucking crazy. Right, well, there you go. That's that, isn't it? That's what that was. We could have listened to him tweeting that. Why did I even come on here? Chat, why did we even I don't even remember why we even did this. It was a horrendous screed. It was. It's possibly the most racist thing I've seen in a long time. Utterly mad. Utterly mad, dude. Another truth. Yeah, but like, what were we looking for, right? You're getting older. Have a cup of tea. No, I've just got ADHD. That's all. I am getting older. I'm not denying that, but I just yeah, it's straight slopping out the skull. Big brain soup. My God. I think it was trying to find something to do with what he was talking about. What were we watching? We were watching the BBC report about the ceasefire. That's what it is. There we go.
Expected to travel to Islamabad for the second time this month in an effort to help finalise an agreement.
Just you wait. Mule will say like Joe Biden.
With Iranian officials. For the latest, let's talk to our North America correspondent, David Willis. So, David,
David Willies.
Is
I'm just going to go and have a wee out of my willy.
Talks. It's very unclear what might happen next.
Very much so, Sally. President Trump saying in that Truth Social, a social media post, that he is extending the ceasefire agreement, an open-ended extension in response to Pakistani mediators' pleas, but he is not lifting the U.S. blockade on ships seeking to enter or leave Iranian ports. And that has been a move that has incensed the Iranians. They have even been suggestions that it could prompt some sort of military response in and of itself. It's been likened by itself to an act of war, as well as a breach of the ceasefire agreement. As for the extension of the ceasefire, well, the Iranians have also dismissed that, calling it meaningless. So where are we now? Well, there is certainly time for both sides to figure out what they might be able to talk about when, if they go back to the Pakistani capital, Islamabad. But there is so much mistrust between the two sides. Even the suggestion on Iran's part that this all could be a ruse on the part of the Trump administration and the United States to buy the US some time in order for it to mount another surprise attack on Iran.
David, thank you so much. David,
yeah, that's probably what it is.
Thank you so much for the latest details on that. Well,
chat, who do we believe? Liberal imperialist media or Iran?
Iran's most senior leaders have yet to comment on the ceasefire extension. The Tasnim news agency, which is affiliated with the country's Revolutionary Guard, says Tehran did not request an...
They always say this. Chat, can you see now that we've had Morandi, right, on to talk to Daniel Davis about the realities of the Iranian government and like what the Iranian government is and shit like that. Do you see how this BBC anchor saying that Tasnim news agency is affiliated with the country's Revolutionary Guard? Right? Now let's translate that in the way that Morandi was translating it before. Right? This is like saying CNN, which is affiliated with the US Marine Corps.
Old chum.
CNN, which is affiliated with the US Marine Corps. Yeah? Come on, man. Thanks for the follow.
Extension, and has reiterated threats to break the US blockade.
You think my shorts are cunty? Thank you.
International correspondent Lise Doucette is reporting from Tehran on condition none of her material...
The BBC, affiliated with the Royal Guard, with the Buckingham Palace Guard... Yeah, Haaretz, affiliated with the IDF.
Is used on the BBC's Persian service. These restrictions apply to all international media organisations operating in Iran. And she gave us the government's reaction to the prospect of further talks with the US.
Well, I don't think they have...
It's Lise Doucette.
much faith in this process. We were at the foreign ministry this afternoon and we're told the foreign minister was locked in meetings. They were still exchanging messages through mediators, but they still
New York Times affiliated with the NYPD, yeah.
With the United States. And we sat down with the foreign ministry spokesperson, Ismail Baghai. He had been at the last round of face-to-face talks in Islamabad. He listed all the reasons. President Trump's threats to bomb Iran, its naval blockade in the Strait of Hormuz, the seizing of the Iranian vessel, all of
Whoa, hang on a minute. Lise Doucette did an interview with Ismail Baghai, and they aren't airing it? Oh, that's fascinating. Maybe that's available somewhere else? Hang on, I'm going to search for this. Lise Doucette. That's crazy. Hey, good night, Steve. Thank you for hanging out. That's crazy, chat. Did they just choose not to air it? Lise Doucette.
Material is used on the BBC's Persian service. These restrictions apply to all international media organisations.
Sorry, that didn't work too good. Lise Doucette, Ismail. I can't remember how to spell his name. I think it's Bagqhi. Lise Doucette interview Iran. Oh my God, they did a whole ass interview with Ismail Baghai and they just aren't airing it.
Hello,
That's fascinating, man. That is absolutely fascinating, dude. You can see it there, like it's filmed. Like, look, it's here. This is the back of Lisa's head. Hang on, let's get. That's obviously that's her hijab she's wearing, right? That's mad, dude. This is mad.
all the reasons. President Trump's threats to bomb Iran, its naval blockade in the Strait of Hormuz, the seizing of
unless it's really being like suppressed in the algorithm and you have to go on BBC News Persian.
Iran was also violating the truce. Under the terms of the ceasefire, you are supposed to...
they are airing a bit of it. They're airing like 30 seconds of it.
You would completely pull back from the Strait of Hormuz. You haven't.
You remember the first days? Ceasefire in Lebanon was part of the ceasefire package.
So that's agreed now. What about the Strait of Hormuz?
That's agreed. We agreed on last Friday. And you remember what happened after our foreign minister tweeted that Iran would reopen the Strait of Hormuz in accordance with the terms of the ceasefire. What was President Trump's reaction? He immediately said, "Thank you, Iran." And then minutes later or an hour later, he said that, but we would keep our blockade.
Another big reason, of course, is the huge distrust in this process. Remember.
That's crazy. Kedsai says they're airing the approved portion of the interview. No, I think that's bollocks, because that's what the BBC said. The BBC said, we can only show any approved portions of interviews. This is something that is, enforced by the evil Iranian regime. And it's like, no, actually, Ismail Baghai has been in plenty of interviews, as has Syed Mohammed Morandi, who speaks in a semi-official capacity on behalf of the Iranian government. And we just saw him on a fucking YouTube channel for like an hour long, like almost an hour long. Like it was about 20 minutes, but like a 20-minute segment, you know? We just been watching that for the whole fucking stream pretty much. And the foreign minister is just like, what? Like, have said, no, you've asked too many evil questions and you're the evil BBC, so you're not allowed to air this. No, this is fucking Rafi Berg editing this shit. This is fucking Rafi Berg, Zionist, loving bastard. I don't know how I could describe him other than that, without fear of getting banned on Twitch. he is editing this shit before it goes out because this pertains particularly to Israel, right? Pertains particularly to an Israeli issue. And Rafi Berg loves Israel, loves the IOF. It's as simple as that.
Talks with the US last year in June, this year in February, were shattered by US-backed Israeli airstrikes. So while Iran would welcome this extension of the ceasefire, they feel there is a real risk of a return to war. And pretty well every Iranian we speak to here believes that too.
Lise Doucette, who is in Tehran for us. Well, the Prime Minister of Pakistan, Shehbaz Sharif, has been reacting.
Oh, you referring to the BBC authority figures. Sorry, Kensai. Yeah, I thought you were referring to what they had said, which was, we were only allowed to, there's an approved bit. You're right. They were airing the approved portion of the interview by the BBC. Yes, sorry. Read you wrong there. They are state TV. No, you're right. You are absolutely right in your assumption, yeah.
To the ceasefire extension.
I've only been able to find the 58-second clip of that they aired there. I bet if you asked Ismail Bakay, did you do a full-length interview with the BBC, he'd be like, yep. And if you said, did you demand that the BBC not air some portions of it, he'd say, nah. In
a post on X, the Prime Minister said he sincerely thanked President Trump for accepting the request to extend the ceasefire to allow diplomatic efforts to take their course, adding that Pakistan would continue efforts for a negotiated settlement of the conflict. The Prime Minister also stated his hopes that both sides would continue to observe this ceasefire and the second round of talks scheduled in Islamabad would result in a permanent end to the conflict. Well, let's go live to Islamabad now and speak to our diplomatic correspondent, Paul Adams, who is there for us. Paul, is this diplomacy buying time or stalling?
I think it's a little bit of both. I think there was a sense that Donald Trump, for various reasons, was reluctant to go back to an all-out assault, something that could have triggered a very significant Iranian response, something that America's Gulf allies would have been extremely nervous about. So I think in a way he has straddled the line between a return to war and giving space for diplomacy by putting off a resumption of hostilities but maintaining what Iran regards as a hostile act, which is this blockade, the US blockade in the Strait of Hormuz, hoping to inflict a bit more economic pain on Iran and to concentrate minds there on the possibility of a return to the diplomatic track. I mean, Islamabad is still ready. The lockdown of parts of the city that has been in place all week is still there. I think Pakistani officials very much hope that this can still happen, although I think the prospects of it happening in the near future, by that I mean the next few days, seem at this point a little remote.
And we know that Pakistan is doing as much as it can behind the scenes to get the two sides together. How much influence does it actually have?
This is a matter of national pride for Pakistan. It really felt that this was an opportunity for it to emerge on the international stage as an important mediator between these two countries, between the United States and Iran. It has relations with both, and it has been keen to try and exploit that. It's not, however, in a position to really lean on anyone. It has no influence in that sense. It is merely a facilitator and someone who thinks that they can, that they can bridge the differences. They're in a position to pass messages. We've seen the government officials here hosting meetings with Iranian and American diplomats, very much in the heart of this frantic diplomatic effort to broker an extended ceasefire and perhaps something bigger than that.
Yeah, it's not just Iran that thinks doing a blockade is an act of war. Yeah, it's not just them. Pretty much every country considers a blockade an act of war.
But as for the ability of Pakistan to actually influence the outcome, the decision-making in either Washington or Tehran, that's another matter.
Here's the thing, though. Iran aren't going to the table. So now what, bro? Now what? Trump is saying that there are going to be talks in Islamabad on Friday. Do you remember the last time they had talks on Friday? They were bombed on the Saturday. So... Or was it on the Friday that they had talks? Or they had talks on the Thursday? I think it might have been the Thursday. But, you know, isn't it convenient that these talks are supposed to be happening at the weekend? You know, when the markets close? That's weird, isn't it? Let's have a quick look at what the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament is saying. This is from 5 p.m. today. A complete ceasefire only makes sense if it's not violated by the maritime blockade and the hostage-taking of the world's economy, and if the Zionist warmongering across all fronts is halted. Reopening the Strait of Hormuz is impossible with such a flagrant breach of the ceasefire. They did not achieve their goals through military aggression, nor will they through bullying. The only way forward is to recognize the rights of the Iranian nation. Masoud Pezeshkian, the president of Iran. The Islamic Republic of Iran has welcomed dialogue and agreement and continues to do so. Breach of commitments, blockade, and threats are main obstacles to genuine negotiations. The world sees your endless hypocritical rhetoric and contradiction between claims and actions. You know? They are not just sat there saying, yes, let's go and chat with these guys who keep betraying us. They're not fucking stupid.
Okay, for now, thank you very much indeed, Paul Adams in Islamabad for us. Well, let's discuss this with Joe Vocino, former spokesman for the US Central Command and author of When Every Word Counts, How to Earn Trust, Command Attention and Communicate Clearly.
Idiot blue check mark below that. Wait, what was that? Yeah, I love seeing some of these. It's really, really good. Iranian monarchist restorationists replying to all of these things saying, 54 days since you shut down the internet for the people. You have the blood of thousands of unarmed Iranians on your hands. Surrender to the people of Iran. You're finished. Bro, the people of Iran are not attacking the government right now. It's so fucking stupid. Blue check wanker bullshit. Madness. Absolute madness, man. I am so glad, by the way, that everybody recognized the comprador nature of Iranian monarchist restorationists as quickly as they did. Because, you know, if we were still having people like Reza Pahlavi on every fucking news channel throughout this entire process, I think I'd be losing my fucking mind right now. I think I'd be freaking out about, like, are we in reality right now? You know? But yeah, I am very thankful for that one modicum of reality. He got dumped faster than the puppet they had for Iraq, yes. Faster than Maria Conchado. He was at CPAC with his own cheering section. Oh yeah, he was, wasn't he? Yes, he was. I mean, that was CPAC. You know? A little bit of CPAC there. No harm done. He's playing the hits for the solid supporters. Chat, I'm done for the day. But the fun doesn't end here, because there's two options that I'm going to give you. I have decided during the course of the stream that I'm going to do a little bit of a gaming stream tonight. So for those of you who were desperate to find out what's going on Normal Island, my Tomodachi Life game, where I've been making political figures and very funny things are happening as a result. If you were like, damn, I can't believe that I had to wait for the weekend for that. Guess what? You don't have to wait for the weekend. You can join me on my ad-free new gaming channel, twitch.tv/DonkusJonkus, and I'll be playing Tomodachi Life, Normal Island, for a couple of hours after the stream. But for those of you that aren't interested in any of that, I am going to... It's that kind of stuff, Zipper. Genuinely, it is actually that kind of stuff, but we don't have BB or Putin on there. And I don't know if that's going to change very soon. But I'll be creating one new character, and we'll be doing a bunch of stuff. So join us for that in a bit. For those of you that don't want to watch gaming, we're going to go and raid Leaping Larry because he's live. And Larry is a phenomenal comrade that you will all enjoy. There's a lot of great education about Juche, and which is the North Korean ideology, which is separate to, Marxist-Leninist thought and shit like that. But it's quite similar. So join us for that. Copy and paste the first raid message if you're a sub, the second one if you're not. Thank you so much tonight for all the support, chat. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the subs. Thank you for the donos. Thank you for just being here. Thank you for the follows. And yeah, don't forget to check out my other socials. Don't forget to check out the Linktree. Don't forget to check out the YouTube channels. Don't forget to check out the VOD channel where you can catch up on Normal Island and previous political streams. I'll be back tomorrow. Stay excellent to each other. Peace. Good night.